Good evening from the live lounge in Portsmouth, where it is finals night in week 3 of Series 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. By the end of tonight, one man will be £5,000 richer and will be walking away with that cheque, as well as a place at Champions League, joining John Worsley and Owen Bates in the process. Well, we've seen 5 fantastic days of arrows to get us to this point, so let's round all of that up with the weekly highlights. Andy Jenkins got his way through Group B on Thursday and Friday, and Rocky has packed the joint out tonight. As for Jack Main, he got his way through Group C. He got his way through in the final game of the session. It was a dramatic run to the line. He just picked up Josh McCarthy to get there. Meanwhile, for Dom Taylor, he's probably been our most consistent performer over the course of the last 5 days and treated us to this exhibition 155 finish. As for Danny Lauby, the American hotshot has played some hot stuff and ran off this game with Moreno Blonde with a 161 checkout. He was the table topper in Group C, as Ryan Furness was in Group B. He played some really good stuff, particularly on Thursday night with a ton-topping average against Paul Hogan. However, the group glory in Group A went to Jelle Klaasen. He was a class above the rest of the field. Will he be the man at the top of the pile come the end of tonight? Well, it's a big night, it's a big occasion, so we had to bring Mace the Ace up here on the balcony to talk all about it. And we've seen some week this week. Yeah, it's been some great stuff, hasn't it? It's a great lineup, just about right for me. When you look at the 12 players in action this week, I think we've got the best 6. I have to mention for Josh McCarthy, he was desperately unlucky in the end, but he'll be back. Well, let's have a look then at tails. We'll begin with Group A, which took place on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. Jelle Klaasen getting the better of Dom Taylor on legs difference, and Taylor had a good day on Wednesday to really force the issue to Klaasen, but it was the first 2 days that won it for him in particular. Yeah, he was outstanding. He was absolutely rock solid, as has Dom Taylor all week. He's been very impressive. A mixed bag really for Jared Cole. After his progression throughout Tuesday and Wednesday, we fancied him to come through, didn't we, on Thursday and Friday night. It wasn't to be. Jack Main bounced back brilliantly, I thought, across Thursday and Friday. And look where Danny Lauby was on Wednesday. He again turned that around. Indeed he did, because if we have a look at the Group C table, that was the Thursday and Friday morning focus. He was the man to beat. 14 points to his name, and really that whole group, he was averaging around that late 80s, early 90s average as a mean. Yeah, when you actually break it down, he's probably been the player of the week in terms of consistency as well. It's lots of 180s. He's the kind of player that you can see turning up to a finals night and putting a streak together. But it's going to be tough because he's joined by 5 other players of probably equal ability. As you say, Jack Main, I think we saw a lot of his mentality, didn't we, as the week went on Friday, ultra strong, because, as I say, in that moment, it could have gone the other way for him. Yeah, it was a tough start to the group for him, and we've seen some up and downs from him this week. I think we've mentioned on more than one occasion, especially in comms, he gets a little bit too emotionally attached to certain games and certain moments, and for him to progress, you've just got to put them in the recycle bin and throw them in the trash. Indeed. Well, Group B was our focus on Thursday and Friday evening. Well, it was the sort of group that Paul Hogan and Jared Cole would have liked to have put in the recycling bin, but for Ryan Furness, well, he'll be happy to put that as a collector's item. Yeah, on day 1 of Group B on Thursday night, it was dominated by Furness, Taylor and Jenkins, and they pretty much saw it out last night. And all it was really in which order they were going to finish in, because we were fairly assured that the top 3 after night 1 were going to make it through, and they did just that. Really impressed with Ryan Furness. Last time he was in the Super Series, had a bit of a tough time, but he's bounced back really well, so obviously been putting in the hard yards on the practice board. Andy Jenkins, first of all, he's absolutely packed this place out, but secondly, last night's performance, he's admitted in an interview, which we'll listen to later on, that after he knew he was through the level drop, we just ignore last night and look at Thursday as the guide for him. Yeah, and I think that's right. And again, we touched on it in comms. Andy needs to play for something. We've seen him from it before. Once he's got his place into finals night, he mentally switched off. But
credit where it's due. Towards the back end of the night, he showed a bit of fight, which was good to see, and defeated Dom Taylor in the final game of the session.
As for Dom Taylor, would you say he was probably the most consistent player we saw over the 5 days?
Yeah, without doubt, the most reliable. And we've seen a bit of flair from him this week. That 155 we showed in the highlights package. There was also that ball 15 ball. He's an attacking player. He likes the showbiz shots, but more than that, it is that reliability. He is the most solid of all the players. Maybe not have that spectacular game we've seen from others this week, your Laubys, your Furnesses, etc. But in terms of absolute reliability, he looks the man.
Well, let's have a look then at the week by the numbers then. These are the numbers throughout the course of the week. We've seen 555 legs played. We've seen, well, ironically, 180 180s.
But we didn't make that up. It's perfect, isn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it, how these things work out. Jelle Klaasen gave us a big fish. Danny Lauby gave us a 10. Lauby also gave us the highest average of 104.06. We've seen a fair few 100-plus averages this week. And a checkout conversion rate of 33% and an 87.28 overall average, which reflects a very high standard indeed.
Yes, over 29 per dart. That's not to be sniffed at. And yeah, the name Lauby keeps popping up there, and has done all week. But it's been a really enjoyable week in comms, and I think the players have also all settled quickly and all enjoyed it. And I think we'll see all of them back again to have another tilt at the title.
Most certainly indeed. Well, let's see about the groups for tonight and see how the players are divvied up. It's 2 pools of 3 in the group stage. Group 1, Jelle Klaasen, Jack Main, Dom Taylor. That is an ouch group. Yeah,
group of death, that one. I mean, the other one isn't particularly attractive, but yeah, that's the way it's just worked out. All the players will play each other once in each group, and the top 2 from each group will meet in the semi-finals. Imperative you make a quick start in this. You lose that first game, and it's out of your hands.
Most certainly. So that is our finalists. That is how the groups will pan out for the night. Let's see what the bookmakers think about this evening's proceedings, because there is some interesting odds in the bookmakers market. They make Jelle Klaasen the 11-4 favourite, the winner of Group A. Danny Lauby the 2nd favourite at 10-3. But maybe if you look a little bit further down the market, there could be some value.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally get why they've gone Klaasen favourite and Lauby 2nd favourite by a couple of points. But yeah, I like Furness and Dom Taylor in there, to be honest. They've both shown me, for Furness, he's shown a high level. For Dom Taylor, it's just that out-and-out reliability.
Most certainly. Well, let's have a look at Aces Acker. Let's see what you've gone for this evening, and just talk us through your 3.71-1 treble.
Yeah, I think in that opening game, I think Klaasen will benefit from those 2 days rest. Of course, winning Group A, he gets Thursday and Friday off. He's brought a portable setup. They've rented a house, him and Moreno Blom. They've been practicing hard. He hasn't just qualified and gone home Wednesday night and just sat around. He's been putting in the hard yards, and I think that opening game is, and I think Jack will feel the pressure a little bit tonight.
Most certainly. Well, game 1 of our evening sees Jelle Klaasen, the winner of Group A, in action. He takes on Jack Main, who came through Group C on Thursday and Friday. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Jelle, welcome to finals night. How have you spent the last couple of days?
A lot of resting, watching some series and stuff like that. So, no, it was nice and relaxed.
How did you find your Group A campaign from your perspective?
The first 2 days I didn't play that well, but finishing well. Last day I played well. I think even though the games I lost, I played really well, averaged everything above 90. So I was really happy with how I played the last day. So hopefully I can get that form into tonight and yeah, do some damage.
Do some damage indeed. We've seen you here on the Saturday night at the Super Series a few times before. Is it now about maybe trying to take that next step, get through, try and get to Champions Week?
Yeah, that's the goal. I got distracted a lot of times in the semi-finals and in the group stage and the finals evenings. For me, the crowds were a little bit different than I'm used to, because you're pretty close to the crowds and there weren't many people there, so you heard everything. But yeah, today we're gonna try and focus just on the darts and just play darts.
Does that previous experience help, and also perhaps maybe give you a little bit of not a point to prove, but something to kind of go for?
Maybe not a point to prove, but I think the way I played the last day was better than anything I've ever done in the live league. So no, if I just can continue playing like I did on Wednesday, I think I will be fine. But I had a long rest, so I have to practice a little bit more today to get ready for tonight.
We wish you all the best. Jelle, good luck.
Thank you.
Jack, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How have you found your week here?
Enjoyed it as a playing side of things, learned a lot from myself, and yeah, just really enjoyed it. But obviously this work's not done yet, so we carry on really.
Friday, dramatic day for yourself. How did you feel going into those final moments?
So yeah, after the last game against Dubbridge on the Thursday, I thought I blew my chances. Thought I played really well, but then come into Friday and just at the end of the day, I just thought five wins and I've near enough secured it. But then obviously after losing to Moreno as a site, the players' room was a bit how do you say it? A bit nasty, but it was last game and I knew it was all to play on, so the pressure was massive. Obviously I'm not used to it. I'm straight knockout, and if you lose, you're out, and that's what it felt like. So.
And just finally, your thoughts on tonight. How big an opportunity is it?
Yeah, massive. Obviously, it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to play in front of the crowd, if you like, and yeah, take every experience from it more than anything. So.
We wish you all the very best tonight, Jack. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
It is packed to the rafters inside the live lounge this evening for a night of tungsten tension. Hometown hero Andy Jenkins is in action. We also have a man from America on the hockey here this evening. But we kick off with a battle between Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main in Group 1. And in the commentary box this evening, we have the two-time World Championship semi-finalist Chris Mason, and he's joined alongside Phil Bars. Evening, Phil.
Evening, Henry. Thank you very much, and welcome along, everyone. Here we are, the Week 3 final, and this is going to be some night of darts with the 6 players we have on the show tonight. Mace has sprinted down from the balcony and joins us. Mace, this can be nothing but good, can it?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to, with any kind of surety, pick one person to go on and win it tonight. It's going to be tough for all 6 players. Each group is super, super tough, especially this one. Yeah, someone's going to be going home disappointed, but will Jelle fall foul to winning Group A?
Well, I was going to say, it's a weird one, isn't it? But Group A, the winner of Group A notoriously doesn't do great on finals night.
But Jelle Klaasen, of course, came over from Moreno Blom and they bought a complete portable system. They rented a house where they made sure they had room to have an entire dart setup at. And maybe people previously have won Group A have thought, right, I'll have a couple of days off. Not so with Klaasen.
No, and that could be a huge benefit, the fact he's kept his arm in. And good practice as well, because Moreno showed spells here this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He's very much a typical speed merchant, but very much an FDM, a first dart merchant. If the first dart's in, look out.
Yeah, and Jelle has the darts here and kicks off.
137.
Yeah, he's up to speed. It's not a bad start.
Our new referee this week, and he's done a wonderful job. Danny
57.
McNamara.
Yeah, the sign of a good referee when you don't know they're there.
Yeah.
And whilst we're on the subject
60.
of referees, huge congratulations to one of ours here, Charlie Corstefine, making his Premier League debut in March as he gets the gig in Newcastle.
Yeah, congratulations, Charlie.
40.
Great to see. Yeah, I've also listened to a bit of feedback on the players
60.
with regards to Danny, the referee, and they all love him, and that's a good sign. They say you just don't know he's there.
Perfect.
Oh, the best referees are the ones
40.
you don't know are there.
Unless it's George, when you see him doing your game, you know you're going the distance.
Yeah.
140.
Solid start from Klaasen.
Yeah, he looks on it here, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just felt that Jack may just slightly
43. They require
overthink this
104.
and do what he's done at times this week. Try too hard. And this sport, very much like snooker and golf, I suppose.
80.
You just can't. You've got to remain focused. You've also got to not try.
134.
Yeah,
Yellow require
and
24.
there's absolutely no pressure on this double 12. Yelle
Game shot of the first leg.
can
Jelle
do
Klaasen.
exactly what he wants, and that he does. Pins the opener, and leads 1-0. Jack Main's going to have to find something here.
Yeah, well, the problem is
Second leg Jack to throw first.
when you are on
Game
first, and if you lose, you can't do anything about qualification. You have to rely on results going your way and you winning your final game. It does put you right under it. And as always, the format, best of 7, first to 4, 2 points for a win. The top 2 from each
59.
mini group of 3 will make up our semi-finals. Welcome along. If you're joining us on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel,
140.
make sure you subscribe and give us a thumbs up. And don't forget to hit that bell.
Also, as well, get involved on all
96.
social media platforms at MSS Darts across the evening.
Yeah, Barzi will be on the Twitter.
Got it loaded up here, ready and waiting, Mace.
Yeah, you got any questions
90.
or any thoughts? Keep it civil, and we will endeavour to answer.
80.
Any
Jack
questions you
require
have?
146.
Been a good response here from Jack Main. Disappointing opening leg, but on throw here, he's looked tidy enough.
60.
Well, fundamentally, there's very little wrong with the throw. It's between the ears with Jack. This 86 is going to...
121.
Wicked
Say a
Jack
deflection.
require
180
86.
pressures the 86. He would have left 86 himself. It's a beautiful dart. Can he use it? Just resets, moves over.
Game
Brilliant
shot of the
dart.
second
Brilliant
leg,
leg from Jack
Main.
Main. Super response. Great crowd in tonight. Really good atmosphere out there for the players.
Third leg,
And they will
to throw
relish this
first.
opportunity.
Game on.
Playing in front of a crowd. Plenty of people up on the balconies as well.
Packed to the rafters here at the
93.
live lounge.
Good to see. If you do want to join us on a Saturday night, tickets are absolutely free.
125.
Yep, dartshop.tv. Register your interest and reserve your ticket. Come down and enjoy a
121.
very unique dart night at the darts. Up close and personal. Not a bad seat in the house.
No, and I like that. That's a great shot.
135.
Our director is there giving us just of that, fundamentally, how good Jack Main is. It's nice and straight. Unlike Jelle, where we say fundamentally Jack is very good.
134.
Jelle's something that you wouldn't coach, with this elbow slightly out to one side and he almost rips it back in.
Yeah, well, that's why he was worse than that, which is why he had multiple
93.
wrist
Yellow require
operations.
153.
Very much like a golf swing when you think of someone like Jim Furyk or a Q action. They're not all
85. Jack require 148.
aesthetically pleasing.
But if it works, it works.
Yeah, if it's effective.
45. Yellow requires 68.
We think looking like it's going to go with throw. 16 for double, 8 for tops.
Game shot of the third
Well,
leg.
the finishing
Jelle Klaasen.
from both has been exemplary so far. 1 out of 2 for Jack, 2 out of
Fourth
3
leg Jack
for
to
Jelle.
throw first. Game
Jelle
on.
averaging close to 93 as we start leg 4.
Yeah, I don't get that as well. The shot we just seen of
83.
Jelle there, shaking his head at the back of the stage as if he's unhappy with his performance. That was clinical. He can't do a lot more than what he's done.
55.
Maybe he's just not, or maybe he's expecting more, which is a good sign. I noticed he's flexing the wrist. There's not an issue there.
100. $139.
Will we get a fourth holder throw, or can Jelle
100.
forge an opportunity here on the Jack Main throw? But so far, Main has been solid.
93.
Nothing between him in this leg. It's an incredible first start. It's just begging for another one to join it.
95.
And he'll be disappointed there. The way that first start was, only to score 95. However,
84.
Yeah,
Jack
I
require
restless situation as well.
123.
but first go at the out for Jack Main. 54 and ball. Won't get a go. So Jelle Klaasen
55. Yellow, you require 130.
Potentially for a break. Is going to get a dart of the ball if he can keep it straight. It's one at double five.
120.
It's high. That's the first chance
Jack,
of a break,
requires
Mace.
68.
Yep. First one in the match. Like Jelle, 68 for Jack. 16 double for Jack Main. And
on the fourth leg, Jack Main.
He's the main man on the doubling. 4 holds of throw, 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, yellow to throw first. Game on.
I know up on the balcony with Henry,
100.
Mace, you spoke about the importance of your first game, but it's also doubly important that if you don't win it, that you don't get hammered.
Yeah, yeah. If you are going to be unfortunate enough to
44.
lose by the narrowest of margins, and that gives you every chance.
60.
As well, we'll give you all a little hint that Ryan Furness
140.
loves a shirt, and he's got a funky one for tonight.
139. 44.
Again, Jelle cruising on throw right now, but that slip into the 3
42.
leaves a finish, but just opens the door for Jack Main to attack here.
73. Yellow, you require
Well,
160.
He can't take advantage. So Jelle, 160.
100.
It's one of the best tons I've ever seen. The grouping was sensational.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot this week.
57. Yellow, you require 60.
An interesting tactic, and not the right one for me.
Yeah, not a fan of that one.
I suppose
20.
he's thinking the 25 are left
Jack, you require
135, only needs the 1 treble, but
143.
I personally would have preferred a 54 or a 57.
And 143
60.
doesn't go.
Yellow, you require
So
40.
Jelle looking at tops.
Game shot of the fifth leg.
And
Jelle
holds in
Klaasen.
19. Jelle Klaasen, 1 leg away from the opening 2 points here on finals night.
Well, both have been pretty rock solid on throw,
Sixth
haven't
leg,
they?
Jack to throw first. Game on.
Done very little wrong. Jelle Klaasen averaging over 92 and has pretty much held that from the get-go.
45.
And on throw, he's forcing Jack to find a
134.
well, 5 visit or sub 5 visit leg.
Yeah, and after that troublous visit in his opening visit from Jack Main, Jelle piles on the pressure, but this is some response from Jack Main.
109.
Our first
Sorry.
maximum of finals night goes to Jack Main. And the only surprise, Maze, is it's taken 6 legs.
Yeah,
60.
especially with these two. That's our 181st 180 of the week.
140.
Some response this. He looked in absolute ribbons after a 45 start.
58.
Followed it up with
Jack, you require
180 and 140.
Just looks like he's sped up a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And a
96.
little bit of extra pace. He looks better for it.
Yeah, he's just better when he's more natural. I think we spoke about this at Christmas during the Worlds with regards to
39.
Dimitri, and I
Jack,
said
you
it's
require
just tiresome.
40.
It's just energy sapping. Play with more freedom. Express yourself.
Game shot of the sixth leg.
And that
Jack
is
Main.
the best leg of the match, despite starting the leg with a 45.
Yeah. And
Seventh
we
and
go the
final leg,
distance.
yellow to throw first.
rightly
Game
so.
on.
Yeah, I think this is the right one. I think it deserves a final leg, and that's not what you want.
80.
Is a bounce out.
Oh, you don't want one any time. Never mind in the deciding leg of a match of this importance. Not only is the
47.
£5,000 huge for these players, in terms of just taking off the pressure for
190.
the season, like buses. Wait ages for one, and we get 2 in 2 legs.
97.
It's, of course, that spot in Champions Week and the opportunity to take away that huge £20,000 first prize.
57.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's that pot at the end of Champions Week, and you can't be in it unless you get the job done here tonight.
And the spin-offs from it, of course.
Oh,
this is quality from both.
Proper tie to set us up here in match 1.
Yeah, exactly what we expected and anticipated, especially this lineup.
Yeah, and Jack Main, what he can do is apply pressure, which
90.
he's done.
Well, he's left 77 after 12 against the throw. That is not the right way on 90.
50.
Don't like that
Jack
at all.
requires 77.
Just go 20s and give yourself at least one dart at the ball to win it. Well, he may get a dart at the ball here. He will.
Accident.
And he didn't even risk the treble.
Some way to win it. Wants the ball.
39.
And he knows what an opportunity
40.
that was.
And again, I just think he made a
Game
little
shot
bit too much of it.
Jelle
As Jelle Klaasen finds tops for a 16-dart hold in the 7th in deciding leg. Both players giving absolutely everything in that deciding leg. Both players hitting a max, but it is Jelle Klaasen with an average of 88.92 who wins his opening group game in Group 1. When we come back, we go straight to Group 2 with Ryan Furness against the local favourite, Andy Jenkins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jelle Klaasen has got his campaign off to a winning start, winning a last leg decider against Jack Main by 4 legs to 3. Doing so with an average of 88.92. Evenly weighted game in terms of the stats. An 86 average of Main, 3 out of 5 on the doubles, 4 out of 8 for Jelle Klaasen, but really it was Klaasen's class that came through in the end. So he is in a privileged position now in terms of Group 1, where we now begin Group 2, where this place is about to get a little bit lively because home favourite Andy Jenkins is about to take to the hockey here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on another player who isn't too far from our location here in Hampshire, Ryan Furness. It's our opening game of Group 2. Both of these These players did battle in Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively, and earlier on this evening I caught up with both players. Ryan, finals night, and I must say you've brought a brilliant shirt to the occasion.
Yes, mate, thank you very much. Yeah, I do. I play a lot of golf, mate, so I bring my golf shirts. This is my local little golf shop that started from nothing. He's got a few of these shirts for sale, so I'm helping him out a little bit. So, yeah, it's good. I enjoy wearing them.
Brilliant to see. Let's talk about the darts, because you had a fantastic Group A campaign. How did you feel it went?
I felt it went good. I sort of done what I needed to do. I sort of had stages where I felt I was playing really good stuff, and then I sort of felt like I was just doing enough, it is good. But tonight I want to be a little bit better. I want to show a bit more of my A game rather than just a good solid B game sort of thing. So yeah, pretty much that's what I want to be doing tonight. Yeah.
Does it say a lot about your game that you can get out a tough group like that? We saw the players who dropped out of that group and yet still managed to make your way through to finals now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I knew it was going to be a tough group walking into it, and I knew I had to play well to get through it, which obviously, you know, I've done well, but I still know there's more in the locker, and if I can show it, I'm pretty confident I'll do quite well tonight, yeah.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Why? Good luck.
Brilliant stuff. Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
Andy, welcome to finals night. How would you reflect on your 2 days in Group B?
First night, absolutely fantastic. Last night, terrible. Didn't get things right last night. Basically, last night was terrible.
Was that partly because of the situation, knowing that you were through quite early? Can that then just take a little bit of the adrenaline out of the game?
Not really. I didn't prepare right last night. Obviously, yeah, with the first game, obviously beating Gerard, and then Paul losing was, yeah, the relax was off. So tonight's a different story. You're going to have to get straight into it and win from the start.
You're an experienced campaigner in this format. You know what Saturday nights are all about, so you'll know exactly the ins and outs. Does that give you a distinct advantage going into these types of evenings?
Not really. I think because it's a quick format, best of 4, you've got to come out of the block straight away, and you know, you need a little bit of luck, and the group I'm in is quite hard. Both groups are hard, and we'll just see how it goes.
And finally, you've packed a few in here tonight, I believe.
There's a few coming. I've just been down to Phoenix now, and it's absolutely mobbed. They're playing in a dart tournament now, and Simon Whitlock's down. I tried to persuade him to come up here, and he's thinking about it, but you know, there'll be a few in here tonight. So.
And they're all here to see you in action. We wish you all the very best, Andy.
Cheers, Henry. So.
And so, Andy Jenkins playing in front of his home crowd here in Portsmouth. Rocky is on the hockey, and he takes on Ryan Furness in that fabulous shirt of his in our second game of the session. So let's hand back to Chris Mason and Phil Bars to see who's going to get their Group 2 campaign off to a winning start.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. Mace, that's a funky little number that you'd be happy with.
Yeah, well, he's a bit of a golfer, is our Ryan. Actually got down to low single figures at one time before, in terms of a hobby, darts has took over at Salisbury Golf Centre. Those little numbers come from. And he's got some selection. I'm actually a huge fan. You may well see me in one of those before too long.
I was going to say, Salisbury's sort of like on the way home for you to pop in and pick some up.
I'm not sure they're open around about 1 o'clock in the morning. If they are, I'll pop in.
First leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
However, going back to the game itself, this could be Ryan's toughest test of the night because of where it is and the crowd and everything like that.
Yeah, although he's only around 40 minutes away, and he's brought a fair few down with him, and they've met twice this week in Group B, Thursday and Friday. On Thursday, it was Jenkins that got the win with his best performance of the week so far, a 4-1 victory over Ryan. Ryan averaged 87.5. Jenkins 95, 38, 50% on the doubles, which has been very much a theme of his Group B. And then last night, the roles were reversed, and Ryan got revenge by the exact same scoreline, 4-1. So 1 apiece, bragging rights up for grabs.
58.
Yeah, and I know we spoke about last time Ryan was here. He was disappointed with the way it all panned out on the Saturday night, but the equipment change has been interesting. The darts is the same, but he's gone away from that moulded system that he used last time back to something more traditional that he was more comfortable with. And he was saying that the moulded one, when it worked, it was fine, but when it was off or couldn't quite get it right, it wasn't quite there for him.
Well, those moulded flights, and well, the molded system, the stem and flight system, of course, they're quite thick and they're really heavy. And what it can do is just make the dart slightly drag, which makes you feel like you've got to throw the dart a little harder, and then that's hard to replicate.
But yeah, this is some start. Ryan Furness tops after 12.
Well, I think the problem with Jenks is he does take a bit of time to get going, and what we've seen from Ryan so far this week is he is quick out of the gate. There's an example of that with a 14 dart hold, and as you can hear, he's got plenty of fans in, as has Andy Jenkins, but
second leg Andy to throw first.
Got to give them something to cheer about.
Yeah, an interesting one with Jenks as well is sometimes we see the glasses, sometimes we don't, depending on how he's feeling and everything like that.
Well, he stuck with them in the seniors, didn't he? And he's used them in each of his matches here. Furness is on fire. What a start this is.
And he knew before that hit the board, it was good. We got that
one
before it even hit the board. He knew.
Yeah, as soon as it left his hand, he knew it was there or thereabouts. Yeah, he uses a Gen 1 Unicorn James Wade dart, which you
57
can't get anymore, and he's desperate for a spare set. So if you have one knocking around in your junk drawer, we've all got one, haven't we, full of dart stuff.
Give Peter Wright a shout. He's probably got everything.
121.
I think he's probably got every set of darts that's ever been made.
But there's something about the Furness throw that I like. The fact that it's there and it's always the same. That little cock back into position.
There's a bit of Bob Anderson about it.
Yeah. It's that trigger to set it is exactly the same every time.
Yeah, little to no backswing, where you look at Andy and it's drawn all the way back.
40.
And then he has a stop point.
A treble here, and the Jenkins throw is under pressure for the first time
55.
tonight.
And he's got away with one there, I think, Jenks.
I agree with you there, Mace, that this could have been trouble for Jenkins here, but he's weathered a little bit of an early storm.
81.
And I think where Andy's benefited this week is the fact that he would have put in some good prep work for the seniors. And then he's carried that over to here. It was only a week or so ago, so he's obviously just sort of ticked over in between.
And 91.
Of course, still plays a lot of local league stuff and everything along those lines. Still a regular at Super League.
51. Ryan, you require 110.
Nice. It's only one treble, single to double.
It's well within his range.
It is now. Going to get one dart at 32 to break the Jenkins throw early.
78.
Couldn't have got a lot closer.
And you require 40.
Well, the one element of Andy's game, which has been fabulous this week on Thursday, his finishing percentages was around 50% for the night.
Third leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Despite the 180 in that leg, Ryan will be disappointed there.
Yeah, didn't really back it up.
70.
Again, Jenks looks focused tonight. Sometimes you can see him when he's not quite there.
Well, last night being a perfect example. Once he came out and won the opening match of the session, well, opening match for him against Jared Cole, 4-3, where he averaged nearly 90, and again
59.
50% on the doubles. He knew it was job done. He desperately wants
86.
to. Well, he desperately wants to win one of these, but he really wants to qualify for Champions Week. I think Andy needs something like that that will
42.
keep him switched on and get him on that practice board.
As well, the Jenks fans in the room know this is a chance here. Ryan Furness has not started well in this leg at all, and Jenks needs to try and jump all over this.
And it was
100.
It was looking dodgy for Jenks, wasn't it, after leg one? A 14 dart hold in leg one, and we feared the worst. But he's just dug in and stuck in there.
27.
And Ryan Furness, that's the problem with that type of throw. It's the timing. And when the timing goes, so does the throw. So does the accuracy.
137.
Right now.
And Jenks is a wily old campaigner.
The king of Cosham is just doing exactly what he does.
Yeah, he's been there, seen it, done it. He's got the T-shirt.
38.
And the trousers.
And you require 120.
Love to have taken that out just to make
75.
a bit of a statement.
That first start was a little bit too safe for my liking, though. Didn't really attack the treble.
No, it was just put out there.
It was just like, I'm just going to go high.
I think if Furness hadn't been on
57,
265, maybe you'd have seen him
45.
take a bit more of an aggressive approach. 32, though, for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
29.
Well, that was definitely a aggressive Barzy.
Yeah. But he's got time on his side.
He wasn't leaving that short, was he?
Thought I lived closer at one point.
100. And
Furness
you
is now
require
down
16.
to a finish, so Jenkins may not get another go if this doesn't go. Cross, last start. Will it save him?
12.
No is the answer.
Ryan, you require
If
108.
this 108 goes, this will hurt. This is like a body blow.
Yeah, this was smart. 48 left. Tops.
68.
I'm not convinced that second
And
dart
you
was for an
require
8.
4.
Another safe one.
Just going to throw it in the general
Games
area.
on the
and
third
hope.
leg, Andy Jenkins.
Well, Jenks won't care how long the leg took. He will just care that it's that all-important breaker throw. He needed a breaker throw to
Fourth
win this
leg,
match,
Andy
of course,
to
with
throw first.
Ryan
Iman.
having the honours.
Now it's a test of character. And Jenks has been in many
34.
times before. But Furness is still a baby on these terms, on these stages.
Yeah. Yeah, very much a latecomer to darts at this level.
140.
He was in low single figures in terms of handicap on the
58.
golf course. So a multi-talented sportsman.
Well, ironically, that Ryan's probably got Andy to thank to be here, because when we were playing in Southampton and we were still in
135.
restrictions and people couldn't travel so much and we were having to use more local-based players, it was through the Southampton Dart Series that Andy and Ryan both play, and Andy was like, look, this lad can play, and the rest is history.
Good find, Andy.
Done all right there.
96.
Mind you, through the local systems, we've done well with things like this, because it supports people like Jamie Kelling as well. Obviously got to Champions Week the last time out.
Well, a lot of local players have had multiple opportunities here, and now with the ADC, we've now actually got a genuine feeder system. If you are interested on social media,
44.
amateur dart circuit.
Ryan, you require 141.
Yeah.
Seems to be tournaments on now every weekend and during the week. Their round robin series.
And more news broke on their site today that the Vault, the
89.
Round Robin Series, is going to Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland.
Wow.
So, huge news for the ADC.
96.
And in
Ryan, you
turn,
require
that helps
52.
us.
Absolutely. Of course, there's now a collaboration as well with darts in Australia and
Games on
New
the fourth
Zealand
leg,
with the
Ryan Furness.
Super Series, as Ryan Furness instantly breaks back for his second 14 darter of the match.
Fifth leg,
So the
Ryan
two legs
to
he's run have
throw
been
first.
absolutely stunning.
Iman.
Yeah.
Bits in between,
Yeah,
not so.
the two in the middle were absolutely ordinary.
96.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying, the ADC is really flying right now. With the Vault ever so popular.
85.
We've seen the ADC qualifiers come here and illuminate the live lounge.
Well, we're seeing one. Well, we're about to see one in our next game in Dom Taylor,
100.
this week's ADC representative. And he has represented them very, very well indeed.
44.
May go on to win it. May go on to win the whole thing.
$140.
And after that little wobble, Furness has just rediscovered that composure.
Well, the timing's there now.
100.
Just lost the timing in those middle legs of the four, legs 2 and 3.
90.
Casually picks off the button.
Just nonchalant, just going to plop one in there.
60. Ryan, you require
60 from
75.
Andy.
Love that angle when we get to see the darts
He's
just
on
going
the
in
fifth leg,
over the top.
Ryan Furness.
Yet again, another 5-visit leg for Ryan Furness. This time a 15-dart
Sixth leg,
hold.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
I mean, his winning leg average is well over a ton.
Yeah, 14, 14 and 15. That's good enough at any level.
40.
And again, Jenks was decent enough in the 2 he won, but again, a bit like Furnesses,
137.
it's been the opposite way to Jenks, where he's been good in patches, but consistently not enough. Where Furness had the 2 off, but 3 good on.
125.
Talking of levels, Bill Greaves in the first of the 2 women's series, or women's series of the day,
99.
or of the year. She's been on a different level herself today. How many games is she now unbeaten in the women's
96.
series?
A lot.
Not the answer I wanted from a man of your ilk, Barzy.
I don't know, because
it's got to be close to 60, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has to be. But it's just that first of whether there was a 2-5-6 game or a 1-2-8 game.
Yeah, she won the
85.
Women's Series 1 today, and she's into the final, where she'll face Kim Holden, who defeated Lisa Ashton 5-4 in the semi-final.
40. Andy require 155.
That's
Your channel's been covering that all day.
Yeah, I was on for a little bit and then had to come down here.
Yeah, fascinated by the technology.
You were impressed, weren't you?
59.
Barzy broadcasting from the banger on the B roads. I'm loving it.
Headphones in, phone in the cradle, talking
Genius. Genius.
98. Andy require 96.
96 for Jenks to take us all the way. Beautiful first one. Oh, right next door, double 17.
79.
That is unlucky.
Ryan, you require
that double 18,
68.
there is nothing wrong with that at all. It's right in the corner,
Yeah.
but just the wrong side.
Just slightly over pitch, 13 ball. We've seen him hit the bullseye in the scoring phase.
26.
Couldn't hit it there for the match.
Andy requires 17.
To send us all the way. 1 for double 8 for Rocky.
To stay on the hockey.
1.
No, sir.
Ryan, you require 42.
Going to be 2 darts at double 16 to win it.
Game, shot,
and win it.
and a match,
He does.
Ryan Furness.
Ryan Furness bags the points against the local hero. Andy Jenkins is now up against it, but Ryan Furness will be pleased with his opening game there, winning it 4-2, averaging 88.83, 1 maximum and 44% on the outer ring. Super stuff from Furness. Jenks has it all to do. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jack Main against Dom Taylor.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And if you want to be a part of the experience and part of packed crowds like the one we've seen tonight, then why don't you head over to dartshop.tv, where you can book tickets at every single week up until Champions Week, which is on Saturday the 6th of May. Well, the hometown hero Andy Jenkins was KO'd in our second game of the evening by Ryan Furness. These are the stats then from that 4-2 win for the man from Salisbury, not too far from here at all. 83.83 the average, the game solitary max, and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. For Andy Jenkins, 2 out of 11 on the outer ring was what came to cost him in the end. Well, that is Group 2 completed for now. We head into the middle matches of both our pool stages now, and we begin with Group 1, and it's a battle between Dom Taylor and Jelle Klaasen. Klaasen, who we saw win in his opening game of the group. Sorry, Jack Main up against Dom Taylor, my apologies. Well, earlier on this evening, we caught up with Dom Taylor to get his thoughts ahead of tonight's finals night. He's been one of our most consistent performers of the week. Let's hear from him now. Dom, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. It's been quite the 5 days for you, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was coming in good form. Just kept my head together. After narrowly missing out by 3 legs, I knew that I had to play for it, and I thought after last night, going into that last game, I thought I was third anyway. Turned out, ended up second, so I'm happy. Not been an easy group, either for the groups, but I'll take it and just keep the form going and see what happens.
What have you learnt from the last few days? Because I feel like as the week's gone on, we've learned a lot about your temperament and your ability to handle the pressure of the occasion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last, 8 months, I've had to work on myself, keeping cool, not showing my opponent my emotions and that. And I think that I've done it very well and just kept my composure together and sorted my head out.
So I suppose this is a different environment where you've got the TV cameras in front of you, in front of the lights. There's nowhere to hide in this kind of environment.
No, 100%. Your main spot, you can't run away from it. I mean, I'm sure everyone's seen last night if they were watching the situation with Jenkins. And literally one of those things you can't run away from. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
And just quickly, how do you fancy your chances tonight, and how big an opportunity is this for you potentially tonight?
I feel good. I mean, I've said to everyone I felt good all week, and I'm going in tonight feeling really good. Gonna take the advantage of having beaten Jelle 4 times in 3 days throughout the start of the week, so just gonna keep a positive mindset and go on. The opportunity is massive.
We look forward to watching you play, Dom. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Dom Taylor has been one of the most consistent performers over the course of the last 5 days here at the Super Series. He takes on Jack Main, who made his way through Group C yesterday and is in search of a victory here to keep his final night's hopes alive. It's a game that we're sure is going to hit the heights in the company of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. And, well, it's all or nothing for Jack Main Barzy. He loses here, he's out.
Yeah, and sometimes as a player, I think that you respond to this better because you know there's no second chance. You have to get it right or you're going home. Where sometimes in the round robin you can maybe coast a little bit because you know you've got a second chance, where Jack Main now, win or bust.
Yep. He's either in or he's out.
Yeah, and when they priced this up earlier, there was not a lot between them, but I think I'd rather have my 20 pence on Dom Taylor than Jack Main at the moment with the form that we've seen from both of them.
To throw first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game on.
He has been literally super reliable throughout.
121.
Although I was impressed with Jack in defeat. There was a lot more positives than negatives to take from his opening match. He averaged 86.8, was only narrowly beaten by Jelle Klaasen 4-3, who is the favourite to win week 3.
100.
You get 2 180s. When he was getting a go at a double, he took every opportunity, 60% on his doubles.
Yeah, and just looking at Jack Main, we commented on how towards the end of his
100.
first game, he sped up that action. And it looks like he's approaching it the same here. There's a lot more zip and a lot more rhythm to his throw right now.
96.
A lot more fluidity, isn't there? And like I say, with some players, they can just overcomplicate a very, very simple game. And once you can play this game, it's then predominantly played between the ears. It's how you deal with the downs. The ups takes care of themselves. I'm liking the look of him here.
100.
Yeah, in control of this opener. 84 after 12. A very solid start here from this must-win contest for Jack Main.
Yeah, and he's got the advantage of already having a game as well. The drum's coming in a little cold. It's his first match of the night. 2 12s for a 14-darter.
60.
Well, this is
Dom, you require 126.
in the area where Don Taylor's been very good this week. That's a blocker.
I'm not sure how much he can see of this treble 19.
Yeah.
Not enough is the answer.
No, he's tried to force it through, hasn't he? Just no
54.
room.
Jack, you require 24.
Double 12 for a 16. Oh.
Wow.
And that raised the eyebrows, says it all.
Yeah. He was just going to throw that one away.
No score.
Did go for the 7, but
72.
no problem with the bus there. Back to 24. 15 and ball.
For a leg that started so well from both on the scoring phase, all of a sudden it's all got a little bit nervy.
So much riding on this one. A win for Jack, and the result against Jelle is
Jack,
immaterial, of course.
24.
Chasing around the houses here.
Game shot on the first
Gets
leg,
there
Jack
in the
Main.
end. Hold a throw, 21 darts for Jack Main. It could have been also better. He puffs out the cheeks, but the important thing is the leg
Second leg
is in the ledger.
to throw first.
Well, he was on
Game
84 after 12, hit the 60, and then it all started to go a little bit Pete Tong.
Gonna play devil's advocate here, Mace, because you've been in the situation.
60.
Jack Main wins this 4-3. You know where I'm going with this one.
You can't help yourself, Barzy, can you? You want to.
You know where I'm going.
You want a shootout, don't you?
58.
The 9-dart shootout is a very unique thing, and you're one of the rare few that have played in it. What actually is it like? Is it broadcastable?
It's terrifying. There's no other way to explain it. Your mind's just a mush. You're scrambled. I did, of course,
140.
playing a penalty shootout, which was on bullseyes in the World Pairs back in the day, and that was equally as terrifying.
85.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the crowd just got involved that throw before, but again, nice touch from Jack Main, just asking them to be quiet while Don was throwing.
60.
Yeah.
Of course, you're so close to the stage here, you can literally hear everything.
Well, they can touch the stage from where they are, which is what makes this venue
134.
a unique experience. If you're a darts fan, please join us on a Saturday night. It is free.
91.
make a day of it. Plenty of local hostilleries open before we open our doors at 6:30 for the 7:30 start.
57.
You'll get a chance to
Dummy
meet
require
all the players. They're always
150.
wandering about the venue.
Does he fancy the Whitlock?
He went for it the other day. Well, the Euro Tour
44
is on right now. The
Jack require
98th
167.
Euro Tour. Who thought we were going to get to 98 when it started way back in 2012?
99. Dummy require
At the end of this leg, I'll give you
106.
a rundown of the results from today. A few shocks and a few surprises.
Jack Main sat on 68 unless this 106 goes. It's not going to, so Jack Main should get at least 1
46.
dart, maybe 2,
Jackie
for a
requires
huge break of
68.
throw here in match number 3. Gonna get 2.
Only needs the
on the
1.
second leg, Jack Main.
And that'll make him feel a whole lot better. A 17 dart break of throw gives him a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Jack to
Jack
throw
Main
first. Game on.
Still not entirely in control of his destiny. Yeah, so far today, Ryan Searle, a winner, 6-1. Big shock. Martijn Dracht, a player who we had here last year at the Super Series. He defeated Rob Cross
60.
6-5. Chizzy safely flew 6-2 against Louis Williams. Dimitri defeating Richie Headhouse. Joe Cullen and Aaron Monk, an absolute thriller. Cullen just coming through 6-4. Etta beat Brooks 6-2.
60.
Keegan Brown defeated Danny Noppert. Truk van Dijvenbode Boda beat Veenstra. Beating Aspinall 6-5.
100.
Clayton beating Evitt 6-1. Pricey averaging 109, winning 6-2. Humphries beating Gurney 6-1. Michael Smith coming through Springer 6-4.
140.
Peter Wright's currently 3-1 up on James Wade.
Huge passage of play here in this game. Jack Main
75.
broke in the last leg. But can Dom Taylor break straight back? Big visit here, and he's favourite to do so. And that first dart is absolutely plumb.
100.
He'll be disappointed there, mate, to only
Yeah.
score a ton after that first dart.
Oh, it was begging for a max, wasn't it? I think they showed a little bit earlier. It was one of
98.
Jack's friends or family calling out while Tom was at the hockey. Is a no-no. It's all right in the massive venues where there's 5,000 in, but this is being played
41.
in the best of order.
Oh, he almost didn't look. He knows he's almost made a huge mistake because the way they're sat, you back him to stick the other one alongside it.
Oh, he was
Dummy require 160.
a second away from... Oh, look out.
He knew as soon as he left his hand
Yep.
that he'd pulled it. We had the get up.
Didn't get to the end of the throw, did he?
140.
A
Jack
early
require
release.
32. Game shot on the third leg,
Well, he's
Jack Main.
getting progressively better here, which is a big problem for Dom Taylor. 21, 17, 16, the darts used in the
Fourth leg
opening
Dom to
3
throw
legs for
first.
Jack Main. And he is
Game on.
doing his chances of qualification no harm at all after losing his opening game by 4 legs to 3.
100.
As a player, did you always look at what score you had before you addressed the hockey?
Yeah, I don't understand the players that don't, and because it just upsets your rhythm. I don't get that whole
100.
stopping and looking. You should know what you got, and it's basic math. You should know what you've got left, no matter what you hit. I've seen it cost players multiple games.
121.
Horrible deflection for Dom.
1 all of a sudden, with the scoreline here at 3-0, that close defeat in the opener to Jack Main, all of a sudden it's looking like a good result.
Yeah. It'll be
140.
The pressure on Dom. He will have to win.
58. Dom, you require 140.
Well, if it's a thump in here,
yeah,
even a win might not be enough.
No.
Because Jelle, because of that.
Well, he's on +1, isn't he,
That's
Jelle?
what I mean.
60. $38. Dom, you require 80. $40.
Jack Main, not anywhere close to a finish here. Can he just apply
100.
a little bit of pressure? Probably not enough,
Dom,
but he's
you
got one
require
eye on
40.
the next leg where he has the darts.
When they met on Monday, Jack got the better of Dom. Full 3.
In shot of the fourth leg, Dom Taylor.
On Tuesday, it was a 4-2 win
Jack
for Jack.
First.
However, on
Game
Wednesday, it was a 4-0 win for Dom Taylor.
Dom's been consistent all week here, but in darting terms, he's a baby. Is he maybe just feeling the pressure of being finals night, do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just new territory, isn't it?
60.
And although and I mean this as a compliment, he can be a little bit one-paced.
47.
And that's great in the group phase of this. On finals night, you've just got to find another gear. I mean, however, if he'd played anywhere sort of near the level he's played at across this week, when you look at the averages right now, it would have been more than enough to get him over the line here. But he's just not got out of the blocks. And like you say,
87.
It's new territory. It's a different type of pressure. I mean, how important could that one leg be?
Just looking at the grip here, and that's a great side-on angle our director has given us, that as he sets it up, that finger lifts and then comes back. That's a very, very unique quirk.
177.
I say we've seen players that it's either up all the time or it's down, but if you've got a great view of it here, look, it raises and then goes back onto the dart.
It is very
65.
unusual. It's almost like a
50.
re-grip, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a weird one, like releasing pressure and then applying pressure back to the dart.
10.
That was to wrap it up. 4-1. Should be 19s here. Oh, yeah.
He was going up at one point. His eyes definitely went up.
Yeah, he second-guessed himself there.
59.
That's not enough.
Jack, you
Two
require
match starts
40.
have come and gone for Jack Main. Coming back. Tops. Across to 10s. Now he's chasing.
Game
but
shot
that is an
and a match,
absolute
Jack
huge
Main.
last start for Jack Main. And after defeat in his opening game, what a way to bounce back for Jack Main. 4-1 win over Dom Taylor. Leaves Dom Taylor in a tricky position going into his last game there. But there you go, a sporting handshake between the pair, just talking about something that went on. But there we have the averages, not much between them at all. But 1 from 5 was the killer for Dom Taylor. Right, after this next break, we are going to see Andy Jenkins against Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jack Main has responded in style against Dom Taylor in our third game of the evening. It's our middle match in the pool stage action. Let's have a look at the stats then from that previous encounter, which Main got the better of Taylor by 4 legs to 1, doing so at 81.31 average, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, and a high checkout of 68. So following that opening defeat, the Jelle Klaasen, Main back in the winners' enclosure with a 4-1 win against Dom Taylor. Well, next up for us is the battle between Andy Jenkins and Danny Lauby. Jenkins, the hometown hero. There's going to be a roar in here in a minute when he makes his way back up onto the yoke. You probably hear a roar any moment now as Rocky takes to the yoke. He takes on the American in Danny Lauby. He made it through Group C. He was a victor in Group C, and he played some rip-roaring darts en route to that particular success. And I caught up with him early on this evening to talk about his prospects tonight. Danny, finals night. How much are you looking forward to it?
Oh man, I'm buzzing. Can't wait. I'm looking forward to it a lot.
We've seen some brilliant stuff from you this week, and you've kind of hovered around that 90 average range with quite some consistency. Would you say you're playing close to your best stuff this week?
Yeah, I mean, I feel comfortable this week. I think my scoring's been, I've felt great. I've just missed some doubles, and obviously, hats off to my opponents. I've had some, I don't even like saying bad luck, because, I mean, they're hitting huge checkouts when I'm missing, and it's just, got to hit your doubles, right? But, no, I'm feeling good. I'm looking forward to it. Glad to make it here again, so we'll see what happens.
How big an opportunity is this for you to make it to finals night here?
Sorry.
How big an opportunity is tonight for you?
It's huge. I mean, this is. I mean, it's amazing what MODUS is doing. I'm lucky. I mean, I'm lucky to be invited back. I love what I'm doing here, and I have UK Open coming up, so it's I don't like just to say it's like practice warming up, because this is turning into I'm love being here. So this is another opportunity to really do what I know I can do, and that's why I'm over here overseas, staying here permanently to do. So it's it's a huge opportunity every time.
And finally, how big would it be for America if you could have a good night here? Leonard came close last week to picking up the title. Would it kind of be like a breakthrough moment for America if you were successful here tonight?
Yeah, first of all, Leonard played amazing at the seniors and at losing out. Match starts and everything. He's a class player. I'm a big fan. Yeah, I think anything is good for America at this point, because it's it's a different culture over there. To come over here and do this is huge. So I think that if we can show the world what can be done, I think that's going to really create a whole nother level for the youth and everyone else to see that this can happen here, and this is the place to be. So I'm really excited about the future.
We look forward to watching you play in the present. Danny, good luck.
Thank you, man. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
America watches and America expects as Danny Lauby takes to the hockey against Andy Jenkins. Well, it is a man from the States against the man from, 5 minutes up the road, the king of caution, but he may be making that short journey back home if he is defeated in this one, following that opening 4-2 loss to Ryan Furness. Let's hand over to the commentary box then, and in the company of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thanks, H. And interestingly, Phil, the glasses have gone.
Yeah, we said, didn't we, earlier, that they come and go, but that can't be a good thing for your game if you're constantly taking them off, taking them on. Because remember when Gary Anderson first went to the specs, he was the same, but you pull the dart back to a different point when they're on and when they're off.
Yeah, and the problem is, it's the lighting and how it reflects on the glasses. That's also an issue, and when you bring that dart back, you're always fearful that you're going to just clip the frame. Breath of fresh air is Danny Lauby. I feel
first leg, Andy.
I feel especially old right now, because I used to
game on.
Play against his father. Danny Lauby Senior. I hope you're well, mate. Sure you're proud of what Danny's doing here. Yeah, it's been super exciting to watch this week.
Yeah, at times, maybe just a little bit too quick. We've said about the same about the Keen Barrys and people like that. Just 76. Slow that first start down. Maybe set the first one.
Yeah.
And 2-3 can then follow it.
Yeah, I agree.
60.
Jenks knows this is a must-win.
180.
These two actually played each other
140.
back in 2009.
That's going back some.
Yeah, so
134.
Danny then would have been about 17, 18 maybe. It was in the
53.
EDC
And he requires 65.
US Open.
Jenks weighing up his options here on 65. In a little look at Danny Lauby's score. That misses the ball, so 45. Oh, and he's missed the big number. Again, Jenks overthinking this at the
33.
Yeah, I was actually in that one and a tournament. I actually fancied
81.
winning
And he requires 32.
ended up losing to David Fathom in the quarterfinals, 3-1. Would be of no surprise. Phil Taylor, the champ, beating
No
Colin
score.
Lloyd in the final.
Then he requires 124.
Colin Lloyd just edged out David Fathom in the semis 3-2.
Can't pick the treble 18.
92.
So Jenks breathes
And he
again.
requires 32.
Jenks doesn't look comfortable in this opening leg.
24.
Despite the
And he
max,
requires 32.
despite the opportunities he's had tonight, the one thing that
Game shot of the first
was
leg,
key
Danny Lauby.
to his progression to finals night was his finishing. Like I said, across
Second leg, Danny to
Thursday night,
first.
he was
Game on.
hovering around 50% for the night. And that's a disaster because
100.
it's a breaker throw as well.
Yeah, and 0 from 6.
$57. $100. $84. $140.
Danny Lauby's one of those players that you cannot give a sniff to because he was ordinary much of that first leg. But having won it, he's now sprung into life.
58. Danny
Leaving
requires
161 after 9
161.
mace. That he's one that you cannot give that second invitation to.
Yeah, he's very much a
100.
reactive type player, isn't he? Give him a bit of confidence and he grabs it with both hands.
77. Then he requires 61.
My memory is still
41.
somewhat working. Back in that tournament I mentioned where these two met back in 2008. Beat a certain Peter Wright in the last
78.
128.
Then he required 20.
3-1.
Game shot of the second leg, Danny Lauby.
And a must
Third leg, Andy to throw first.
for Andy Jenkins,
Game on.
trailing 2-0, back up against the wall. I'll let you tell on that one, mate.
61.
It's actually fascinating. I love looking back at the old tournaments. Danny's father actually was in that event as well. But look at the
94.
names. Alan Warner, John McGowan, Tabbs, Monkey, John Park, Scott Kirchner, Merv King,
40.
Terry Jenkins, John Downs, Maishi, Barneveld.
140.
Barneveld actually got beat by Mawson.
Right now, Danny Lauby is motoring for a potential double break
55.
throw.
And of course, he'll be aware a win here and it's job done. He is through to the semi-finals.
59.
His match against Ryan Furness will be just for position.
140.
We have seen this from Andy before. He's just
140.
not settled on finals night.
No, and he didn't look comfortable from the minute go up there in this game in particular. And we said it, even when he was bossing that first leg after the 180, he was stuttering, and normally he's very
41.
clear-minded in his process. 68. I'm going for this way on this finish. And that 65 just looked a mess from start to finish.
Game shot on the third leg, Danny Lauby.
In fairness to Danny Lauby, after getting away with it a little in leg
Fourth leg,
one,
Danny to throw
he's been
first.
clinical
Game
in
on.
legs 2 and 3.
Well, yeah, stills the leg in 20 and then dart 16 and 14.
100.
And now Jenks has absolutely
95.
no room to manoeuvre. It has to be perfect. 4 on the spin, or it's an early exit.
He will be
60.
desperately disappointed here. Really did fancy it tonight. But that's the nature of our game. We've just
26.
seen an example of it from Dom Taylor, of course.
Do you think he puts too much pressure on himself, though, playing here? Because he
81.
always brings a load with him. And back in the day, like when MVG used to play at Rotterdam, it was only once a year. He used to heap pressure on himself to
99.
perform. And a much smaller stage, I get that, but the same principles apply.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, all of his pals are here, and they'll be desperate for him to do
100.
well. And then you almost forget about what you're doing. You think about not letting them down. And again,
85. Then you require 160.
When you're first starting out, and your parents and family and friends come along to
100.
watch you play, and you know, in the early stages of your career, it's just huge pressure.
Nothing Andy Jenkins can do here.
60.
Danny Lauby, 60
Then he requires 60.
to wrap it up.
And he's 50% on doubles. He's got 2 in
Game
hand,
shot.
and I didn't
And the
expect him
match
to
Danny
miss.
Lauby.
And he didn't miss. That was a super performance from Danny Lauby. What a way to start finals night. 4-0 with an 88-41 average, 57% on the doubles, 4 out of 7, a high out of 68. A stunning performance. Sadly, for Andy and his adoring fans here at the Live Lounge, his race is run. Right, when we come back, we return to Group 1, and it is a must-win game for Dom Taylor as he faces Jelle Klaasen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Lauby raced to a 4-0 victory against Andy Jenkins, and an impressive performance as well. Let's have a look then at the stats from that particular encounter. Jenkins got off to a fast start, but Danny Lauby won what was quite a scrappy opening leg and then kind of took control of the match from there. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Nice and efficient there for Danny Lauby to get a 4-0 win against Andy Jenkins. So that's the middle game of Group 2 completed. Well, next up for us in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to see Dom Taylor back in action against Jelle Klaasen. Taylor was our ADC qualifier this week and has done a fantastic job for the amateur darts circuit. Now, anyone can take part in the ADC qualifiers courtesy of the Vault Series. It's 13 weeks of competition. The winners get through to regional finals, and there's plenty of spots here at the MODUS Super Series courtesy of that particular product. And if you want to see a little bit more about how the organisation works, take a little look at this.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
So then that is the avenue that the ADC has been giving amateur players, and the opportunities to qualify here for the Super Series. Before Christmas, we saw Adam Warner win a week here as an ADC qualifier, and then in January, he went on to win his tour card at PDC Q-School, and he's doing some very good stuff on the Pro Tour indeed. So head over to @DartCircuit on Twitter, or head over to the ADC website for more information about the Vault Series, which is your best way of qualifying courtesy of the amateur dart circuit. And there is over £60,000 in prize money also on show here as well. Talking about big money prizes, Raymond Smith was the winner of £20,000 a few weeks ago. He was the winner of our second Champions Week, which the winner of tonight will make their way into at the end of April and the beginning of May. He beat Matt Clark in a dramatic final by 4 legs to 3, and we can round off and see the best bits of that particular encounter now with Glenn Dowen and Paul Nicholson in the commentary box.
That does not guarantee that this one will, but the way that Clark has performed in this final when he's thrown first has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6
41
down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith's now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
100.
That was dangerous.
That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance, averaged well, the confetti is everywhere, and unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.
Raymond Smith, the victor of Series 2 at the back end of last month. Who is going to do it in Series 3? Well, we're heading towards the 3rd step of that journey of 12 weeks here. The first 2 weeks was won by John Worsley and last week by Owen Bates. And what a fantastic final that was against Leonard Gates. It went 4 legs to 3. Leonard Gates missing darts at double for the match in 2 legs. And Owen Bates getting over the line. A brilliant 174 setup shot for then taking out that winning double in the end. And if you want to watch that game in full, and you've got a little bit of time maybe tomorrow to do a little bit of YouTubing, then you can catch it now on our YouTube channel. It is on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where if you subscribe, on top of the live coverage, we bring you 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll have bonus behind-the-scenes content, we'll have highlights, game of the day, and other fantastic content. But we are going to return to the action now in Group 1. It's the final game of it. It sees Dom Taylor in action against Jelle Klaasen. So the situation really is quite simple as far as Dom Taylor is concerned. He has to win to stay in after Jelle Klaasen won his opening game of the group and Dom Taylor was defeated by Jack Main. There's plenty of scenarios on show here, and so I'm going to leave that to the boys in the commentary box because I know they've got their Super Series abacus ready and on the go. And the crowd, well, as you can hear, they are more than up for this moment. It's going to be a big game, this one. Taylor against Klaasen, and in the meetings this week, Taylor has won every single one of them, including at a local competition in Portsmouth on Wednesday night. Let's get it underway then in the company of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, he is 4 out of 4, but none of them more important than this one, Barzy.
Absolutely. Just watching those VTs as we were here, watching Raymond Smith win Series 2 was something special that good guys in life don't always get what they deserve. So Raymond Smith was just remarkable. The sacrifices he made to come back over. I get he was over here for the Worlds for the first time, so that's a little bit easier. But jumping back on that plane to come and play for 20 grand, when there's no guarantees you're going to win it, it's a big gamble.
Yeah, it's probably a best part of a 5 grand gamble with hotel, travel, accommodation, and expenses while you're here. But, I mean, the way he won his week around that Christmas period when he was over for the Worlds, and to come back, and what a final it was against Matt Clark. It was a fitting end to a wonderful series, and of course Conan Whitehead, the winner of Series 1. I remember that well.
Best of order, please.
Yeah,
Game on.
It goes back to the argument we have, and I appreciate that not everyone wants to be a professional or can be a professional, but we talk about the 128 being the elite and the best 128 players
60.
in the world. But that's proof that it's not, because you can't tell me there are 128 players better than Raymond Smith.
No, exactly. Exactly.
95.
Well, we've seen it with the amount of players over the last couple of years that have been Super Series regulars that have gone on to either win a tour card for the first time or
60.
get one back.
Yeah,
and like you say, being a full-time pro isn't for
123.
everyone, or more often than not, it's not affordable. Where if you win a week here and then win Champions Week, it probably tallies up to in excess of £30,000 with your appearance fees. That can then give you the
100.
opportunity to go to Q School with no pressure. Know you've got money in the bank to do the tour for
44.
a year with no pressure.
Yeah, as well. And even listening to Jonathan Worsley when he won week 1 and the question was posed to him, what does it mean you're in Champions Week? And he was like, forget Champions Week, this £5,000's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for the vast majority, it's a career high payday.
Yeah, and just looking at the front table there as well, we said about the local boys having some support. We've got the old Stars and Stripes and the Let's Go Danny banners out.
Yeah. Well, his manager, I do believe, is from Cheltenham and is a big Cheltenham town fan. Well, they got pumped by Pompey today, 4-0.
Play up, Pompey.
140. Jelle require 97.
Early break opportunity for Jelle Klaasen. Double-double.
Game shot of the first leg,
cheeky.
Jelle Klaasen.
Playing the percentages, a 97 out is a 15-dart breaker throw. Sometimes, Dom,
Second leg, Jelle to throw first.
just
Game on.
not your night.
Shows you how the game's changed as well. When we see double-double now, it's
60.
the norm. It's what everyone does. Where back in the day, if someone done that in your era, they'd get chinned.
Well, I always say this story. I can remember playing a very young James Wade, would have been 17 or 18, and it was one of the UK Open qualifiers actually in
140.
Portsmouth, where you would play in various pubs, and then the winner and the runner-up of the final 4 from each pub would then go to a pub on finals day where a stage was set up and the crowd were let in. And I can remember playing James, and it was best of 9 then, 4-all. I had a 180 to leave tops. He wants 80, 3 darts in hand and goes tops. And I thought, well, you can imagine what I thought at the time, but
not past 10 o'clock yet.
No.
140.
What a career James Wade turned out to have and is having.
But yeah, when you look at it in logical terms, like we say, back then it was frowned upon, but now you look at it, the target's bigger, so why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. And especially the double shot for, you know, things like a ton. If you hit 1 tops with dart 2, more often than not you'll just follow it in. That's the
56.
That's the quality of the players nowadays.
I can't remember who it was on the women's series today, and someone will tell me it was on the stream, and it was just so brilliant. It was wrong, but brilliant. The young, she was only a young lady as well. Had 50 left, 3 darts in hand. She went up and plonked it straight in the ball. So wrong, but so right at the same time.
Yeah, I can remember a certain Mr. Taylor doing that against Kevin Painter in the match play. He was none too pleased. In fact, James Wade did exactly that 80 shot with 3 in hand against Kevin Painter in the match play.
I can still remember Kevin Painter's face to this day.
Yeah.
96.
Good effort.
Jelle require 128.
It's a good response here from Dom Taylor. Disappointment of being broken in the opening leg. He's bounced back extremely well.
88. Dom, you require 25.
This is huge moments in this contest, even in leg 2. You feel this has to go. 2-0 is a mountain to climb in a must-win game.
13.
And he's pulled it inside, and you can see
Jelle
the frustration
40.
etched all over Dom Taylor's face. And if Jelle Klaasen punishes it,
shot of the second
it will
leg,
be
Jelle
like
Klaasen.
a Ricky Hatton body blow, and that's exactly what it is. Taylor misses 2 darts to break back, and Jelle Klaasen steps in.
Third leg, Dom to throw first. Game on.
They hurt, Mace, don't they?
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much his race run.
You got the abacus out.
140.
I have. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
85.
Dom Taylor. He had to win it 4-1 or better. by my calculations, but don't quote me. Just had it confirmed by our backroom staff that that is the case. So, well, despite Jack making a losing start, that 4-1 win was huge for him against Dom Taylor, because he will join Jelle Klaasen in the semi-finals. Bo Greaves makes it 10 women's series events on the spin. 10-0.
57. Tiny little pocket that is in the owl.
Yeah, cool 12 bags. Currently, unquestionably,
59.
the finest female in world darts right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's an argument.
She's just, the dominance is
59.
Taylor and MVG levels, isn't it?
Yeah, and obviously we watched a lot of it today. The pleasing thing,
137.
the throw looked better today, where when she played at the Worlds,
105.
It didn't look the best. And we all know the issues that she's had with it, and it just stuttered a little bit. But today it looked back to how it looked at Lakeside. It was rock solid.
Yeah, and you always worry if there's going to be any kind of adverse effects, but
80.
not so. Bounce back from defeat in the PDC Worlds very well. This is awkward.
50.
Caught the
flight, didn't it? You could see the little deflection there.
60.
Again, Jelle's one that uses this moulded setup, not the complete one piece, but the flight itself is still moulded.
Game shot on the third leg, Dom Taylor.
Dom pretty much just playing for pride right now.
Do you think he knew he had to win 4-1 or better
Fourth
going
leg
into this?
through first.
Yeah, we do have a players' marshal, don't we, out there that I'm pretty sure would have
84.
kept him up to speed. I was one that just didn't want to know.
83. 43.
I think sometimes if you know, you can just overanalyze a little bit.
Yeah, just go up there, throw.
Until they say stop.
Yeah. Johnny Clayton style.
Yeah. Oh, I've won. Thanks.
That's what he says.
100.
When you ask him about his miscounting, it's not that he can't count. He says, like we spoke about earlier, he doesn't look at what he's got. So
190.
Brilliant, Max from Jelle Klaasen. He says he tries to look, but he just forgets, gets caught up, and unless the referee's telling him what he's got.
Well, we've nearly seen it from Jack Main earlier, didn't we? Yeah. On that, very nearly
94.
Went for another treble 20, which would have busted the 168, of course. That could have been put a whole different spin.
134.
Remember when Dirk van Dijvenbode did it against Raymond van Barneveld at the World? Dirk's gone on to do brilliant things in the sport, but everyone still talks about that.
One of my favourite ones, when the Grand Prix in its infancy, it was in the casino rooms at Rochester, which is also 91. Owned by the same people that own the tavern.
Requires 60.
And the double start tournament started there, and Shane went up and hit a 180, celebrated, and then thought, oh no, I've 50. Not got off yet.
No score.
Dummy require 133.
Not going to go. So Jelle will come back for a 3-1 lead. And you can see the disappointment is etched all over Dom Taylor's face. He's wouldn't be a very good poker player, would he? Because you can see 10. Every emotion that's going through him.
It has to be said, throughout the entirety of the week, that's not been the case. But I just think the disappointment's huge for Dom. He has played absolutely
Fifth leg Dom to
outstandingly this week.
Game on.
There's nothing worse to get to this stage, and he's just not shown up to the levels he knows and we know he's capable of. And sometimes that added pressure of having family and friends here can
96.
be just a little bit too much, and you just lose focus. I wonder if they're okay. Have they got a seat okay?
134.
Sometimes there's a case of just saying, look, I've got here on my own. I'm just gonna carry on my own. Just don't want any distractions, and I mean that in the
100.
best possible way, but sometimes with players, especially young players, can be a little bit overwhelming.
190.
Even it, Michael Smith said it at the World, didn't he? Where I think his family came down for the quarterfinals, and he said, I was worried about them too much, banned them from the semi-finals. He said, look, I couldn't not let them come to the final, but he actually banned them coming from the semi-final.
Yeah, just so he could keep his mind on the job in hand.
57.
No doubt we'll be seeing Dom Taylor again this year.
Up 100%.
Yeah, he's been a fabulous asset to the Super Series this week. Provided us with some fabulous darts.
130.
Fabulous moments. Moments he will remember.
50.
The 155 was spectacular. The ball 15 ball
74.
equally as spectacular. He's created his own highlights reel for the week.
Yeah, absolutely. Tops to get one back.
54.
Oh, that's gone there. Just the expression in his face. It's almost as if he's trying too hard now.
Might as well go 39.
33. Dummy require 20.
Just need to relax. Just go and place it in. Like
Game
that.
shot on the fifth
Just like
leg.
that.
Dom Taylor.
Make it sound easy, don't we?
6-leg yellow to throw first.
People laugh. We
Game
spoke
on.
about it on Monday. Mesa got my old book out, my old red pens. Some people will never understand.
134.
Old school. Jelle Klaasen averaging 91.5. It has been an improvement for Dom Taylor in his opening match of the night against Jack Main, where he went down 4-1. Only averaged 80.86, which is well below his running average for the week.
53.
It's a great first art. If it's not in, Dom Taylor wants it placed just above like that.
60.
He'd be disappointed there.
He spent about
100.
30 minutes just sat in the back of the players' room watching the fellas go through the routines.
It's an interesting scenario, isn't it? Because at the start of the night, when they all get here 3 hours early to get themselves ready, it's all chilled and whatever. You just see as the clock ticks on, it gets a little bit more intense and the banter stops a little bit, and it gets about half an hour before, and it really is business heads on.
Dummy require
Well,
161.
it feels like you've got plenty of time, and then all of a sudden it's sort of the half-hour bell, and you think, oh no.
Have I done this? Have I done that? Am I ready? And have I gone through my routines?
Sums up your night, pal, that.
26.
The hard way.
Yellow require 150.
Final match of the night. Another big shock. In
92.
Euro Tour 1.
Dummy require
Bunting
135.
defeating MVG 6-4. Michael missing 12 darts at a double.
Wants the ball for a 135.
Game
And
shot
that's
of
another one added to the highlights reel,
Dom
Mace. And he may be out, but he's not going quietly, that is for sure. An absolute stunning 135 from Dom Taylor. Just to remind everyone, I can play this game, and like you said earlier, he's given us some moments, and that's one of them.
Yeah, that's why he's here.
Game on.
For Jelle, going into the semi-finals,
59.
a detriment, not detriment, but will it do him harm confidence-wise losing this game from being 3-1 up going into that semi-final?
48.
Yeah, I think so. It will cast an element of doubt, but ultimately, let's play this scenario. If he was aware that he only needed 2 legs to progress,
137.
how much is he actually switched on? And let's be honest, at the moment it's looking like Dom's a bit of a bogey player for Jelle Klaasen. They've played 4 times this week, 3 times in the group games in Group A. Dom won them all, and then they went to that local tournament at is it the Phoenix?
Yeah.
121.
He defeated him there as well.
Knowing Jelle like we do, he will have known the exact scenarios. He's meticulous and he wants to know everything.
100.
He'd have known the exact scenarios.
And once you get to that point, you just take your foot off the gas a little. It's not that you're not trying. You just
subconsciously you just switch off. We saw it with Jenkins last night. We see it at the elite level.
100.
Grand Slam, for example.
You won your first 2 games. You're already through. That last game doesn't really mean anything.
140. Dom, you require 84.
To complete the turnaround, Dom Taylor trailed 3-1, Mace. 84 to win it.
To go out with a bit of a bang. And Dom Taylor wins it with a 14-dart hold. Well, the highlight of that one, that beautiful 135 checkout on the ball to take us all the way, and he makes it 5 out of 5. But unfortunately for Dom, he is out. 2 points, minus 2 points in the end. The Group 1 finished. Well, Jack Main actually topping it on 2 points plus 2. When we do return, we'll be back for our final match of Group 2, and it is Danny against Ryan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dom has departed with a win as he got the better of Jelle Klaasen in a last leg decider. Klaasen, who was 3-1 up in that one, but it is Taylor who sealed a 4-3 win with an average just under 92, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and helped out by that magnificent 1-3-5 checkout on the bullseye. Klaasen is into the semi-finals, second place in Group 1, but he is into the Final 4 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As you can see behind us, the final game in Group 2 is about to get underway, and it's going to see the speedster Danny Lauby in action. He raced past Andy Jenkins in quick speed by getting the better of him by 4 legs to 0. He takes on Ryan Furness, the man who won Group B on Thursday and Friday. It's actually a battle of 2 winners going toe-to-toe here at the Super Series. To see how this one ensues, let's hand down to our commentary team of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry. And I'm very much looking forward to this one. Well, we know 2 of our semi-finalists from Group 1, Jelle Klaasen and Jack Main, and these are the other 2 from Group 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one because this could be absolutely anything.
Well, they can play with freedom, can't they? They know they're through. They can just have a proper old-school game of darts here. There's no pressure.
As Henry would say, they can have a good old tungsten tear-up.
And I think they will.
First leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
And we saw, once Danny settled in the opener against Jenks, he just went through the gears.
81.
Talking of gears.
96.
Yeah, just going back to Danny, that we've seen some of the Americans struggle with the travelling and not knowing
81.
How to approach their prep, as in getting to the UK. But even without a tour card, Danny's made a huge decision that he spends long periods of time in the UK to suit his darts and works around that.
Yeah, I think he's been over here since Q school.
I think he may have gone home once in between slightly, but he's done all the challenges.
Because I know he was down at the
UK Open qualifiers.
I know he was down at the World Seniors. Yeah, of course, he won a UK Open qualifier, didn't he?
You require 140.
Yeah, he's committed. He wants to give it absolutely everything, and the only way you can really give it everything
100.
is by living in the UK, or Europe, of course. But even then, the
60.
vast majority of the Pro Tours, which is the
40.
The meat of the matter in terms of qualifying for events.
20.
Ooh.
Danny, you require 40.
And there'll be 1 or 3 tour card holders that won't want to draw Danny Lauby on Monday's UK Open draw.
Absolutely.
30.
Are you doing a watch-along live for the draw, mate?
Will it be live?
Game shot of the first leg, Ryan Furness.
Don't be throwing me under the bus, Barzy. We're meant to be pals.
We will probably discuss it in depth on the Live Lounge.
Yeah, of course, Live Lounge tomorrow night from 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and in fairness, this one's a little bit harder to do a live draw because you're going to have A plays B, plays C, plays D, or because they do the first 3 rounds as like a block draw, don't they? So in fairness, this one's a little bit trickier to navigate.
Yeah, you might need a bit of prep time for that one.
But we will go into it on the Live Lounge, that's for sure.
Yeah, I will be tuning in as always.
Monday 8 PM.
100.
Where are you now in terms of subscriber on the Online Darts?
Just over
YouTube
31k.
Channel? Wow, well done. Great team of lads on the
57.
show as well.
Yeah, and I think what people like about it is we're just honest. That people might not like the opinions, but it's our opinion and we don't shy from it.
Oh, and it's an opinion of being involved firsthand across
84.
all elements from this to, I know you've done a lot of coverage with regards to the ADC and manufacturers
60.
and Pro Tours, Euro Tours, the majors. Too many people on the planet that sees more darts than you.
135. Then you require 160. 60. Ryan, you require 136.
I was about to say that dart never looked set in his hand properly at all.
Very, very early release.
22. Then you require 100.
Treble 20 in tops, 20 tops. Ooh, cancel that. Double 19.
62.
Almost a perfect recovery.
Ryan, you require 114.
Spotter's nightmare.
I remember when double 19 used to be frowned upon, where now it's fashionable. People always leave it.
74.
Well, it's like the double 15 for Mike Smith,
38.
isn't it? Got no fear. Yeah, I don't mind the split there
I like
because
that. That's sensible that he's gone
Ryan,
for
you
it.
require
Blocked it.
40.
Great ball management.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that. It shows you're in control of your emotions as well.
Yeah, there's just no point in throwing at a block target when you have another option. Ryan Furness consolidates the break with a hold. Yeah, it's now 66 games unbeaten for Bowdre. He's got a better record than Floyd Mayweather. And certainly more people watched her at the World Championships than is watching Floyd tonight.
I was going to say at the O2 tonight, that's for sure.
I wonder if they'll ever find the promoter after tonight. He'd probably be hiding somewhere after doing his absolute conkers, because Floyd Mayweather ain't coming over for less than 10 mil.
I was going to say, an absolute fortune.
42.
I have absolutely no clue who he's fighting. You told me he was on
Aaron Chalmers from Geordie Shore. In fairness to him, he's put a lot of effort in. He's fought MMA professionally. So he has actually got in the cage and fought. And he trains at Adam Booth's gym.
Yeah, I've seen Boovy was training him. I actually seen one of his fights in MMA, and he did knock a guy out, but he was swinging like an helicopter.
Yeah, look, I get he's not a fully
41.
pro. He's turned to it late and everything like that, but at least he's got some ring experience.
Yeah.
59.
But yeah, someone's done their absolute nuts on this.
Yes. It's going to be an expensive night for somebody.
60. $50.
Lauby down to a finish first, but again, his throws under pressure here.
85. Then you require 150.
Again, I like that on the 150. The way the first start is sat.
105.
Just tried to follow it.
97.
Yeah.
$57.
Furness tees up top, but may not be back.
Game shot the third leg, Danny
Lauby pins the 45, and he's back within one.
Yeah, it's a little hold of throw. Make him feel like he's in the game.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first.
Both forgot who's...
Is it you? Is it me? Is it you? Is it me? The old Chocolate Brothers, to me, to you.
Well, it shows you how bad that Floyd Mayweather thing is. I don't know what channel it's on, so I just sort of have a look. I can't even find anything on it.
100. $43.
Not the best start for Ryan Furness, as Lauby
140.
punishes. Bit like the Andy Jenkins game, Mace. He was a bit of a slow starter, but he's just starting to up the revs a little bit here.
And what I like about Danny, he doesn't hit the panic button.
34.
He just sticks to his guns.
Ryan Furness says good up before it's even hit the board. He stood right behind. He knows.
135.
Nearly.
Then he requires
a great
81.
reply.
$68. Ryan, you require 146.
Not going to go, so Lauby will come back, but he's going to have to burn a dart on this 13 to level us up
92.
at 2 apiece.
Then he requires 13.
5 for double 4. And he's come inside again.
Ryan, you require 54.
The Achilles heel in this match so far for Danny Lauby is the outer ring, 1 from 11.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
3 from 10 for Ryan Furness. A much more efficient return rate for him.
Fifth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on. $100.
I suppose if you're Danny, you're thinking, get him out of the way now.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And we will be back at 10 o'clock for our first semi-final.
81.
Players will have plenty of time just to prep and prepare and
92.
get themselves ready.
$140. $93.
The way Danny zips around the board. He's comfortable in all segments, Mace.
Yep. It takes some skill to just adjust at that speed.
60.
Imagine Danny Lauby against Keane Barry at the UK Open.
Or Ricky Evans.
40.
Good luck, Richard Ashdown, spotting that lot.
$40. Then he requires
The
76.
director's fingers would be smoking.
Full board.
Game shot of the fifth
Clinical
leg.
76 from Lauby to pull one back. 3-2. He now trails.
Yeah, best leg of the match. 14 dart hold.
Sixth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Goes back to that streakiness that you said earlier about Danny Lauby. When he gets it right.
Yeah, he's literally
60.
capable in the semi-final and the final of just putting a run of 8 legs together.
Oh, completely. Well, we saw it at times when we played in Southampton in our
96.
previous carnation of this. There was times where he was genuinely unplayable.
Yeah.
$140.
What I also like about him is he's not affected by the pace of the opponent. Most quick players, you
100.
can almost see them hanging around and just too eager to get on the hockey.
Yeah, with Danny's quickness, it's all about him once he's set. It's not the whole thing.
121.
It's a good response here from Ryan Furness, though. Down to 180 after 9.
57.
We both showed glimpses here.
Butterfingers doing a Gezi.
Picks it up and hits.
140.
The complete Gezi package. But he leaves tops after
100.
12. Ryan Furness
Ryan
to seal
40.
the win and top spot in Group 2.
Game shot.
And it goes
match,
in
Ryan
1.
Furness.
Ryan Furness is the winner of the battle of Group number 2 here, and he takes top spot, beating Danny Lauby 4 legs to 2. 82.75 average from Furness is enough for the points. The Achilles heel for Danny Lauby, 2 from 12, only 16% on the outer ring was his undoing. Right, folks, we will be back just after 10 p.m. for the semi-finals, live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. Stay with us in between. We will have some content for you in between, and we will see you after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a 15-minute break in play. We will restart just after 10 p.m. for our semi-final. So why don't you get yourself to the bar, get yourself a couple of drinks, and then we'll be ready for our first semi-final just after 10 p.m. when we're going to be live on Sporty Stuff TV. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the group stage action has been completed for the evening. Whilst we've still got a couple more minutes before we get our semi-finals underway, why don't we get to know a little bit more about the staff that work behind the scenes here to make it all happen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's get to know the staff now and a little bit more about their personal lives. Enjoy. Most intelligent.
I'd probably have to say the most intelligent is Kirk Bevins from a book smart point of view. I don't know about you, Matt.
Well, I can't debate that one. It's got to be Kirk Bevins.
Most intelligent would have to be Kirk Bevins. You're not countdown champion for nothing.
You're going to have to go with Kirk Bevins with his countdown history and his quizzing.
Most intelligent. George Noble, is that what you want me to say, George?
I'm going to probably have to say me, really.
Paul Hinks. I've never seen a man get around a puzzle like that before.
I reckon a lot of people are going to say you.
I'd have to say Paul Nicholson. He's got quite a depth of knowledge, hasn't he?
It's got to be Paul Starr.
Probably Paul Nicholson. There's nothing he doesn't know about vegan diets and meditation.
Abby? Definitely Abby. She's got some cracking dresses.
I'd have to go with either Abby Davis or Chris Mason. I think it's a bit of a toss-up for me.
I'd say Chris Murphy also always comes in as some smart clobber, doesn't he?
Paul Nicholson's very smart. He wears some nice clobber.
Got to be me, really. Find any Tungsten Time t-shirt in any of your local charity shops.
I will go for Charlie Corstefin is the best dressed.
Paul or Abby? Abby, some fantastic outfits Abby wears, so I'm going to say Paul and Abby.
Best dressed would probably have to be Abigail Davis, one of our presenters.
Best dressed.
Kirk Bevins.
Worst dressed, I'm going to have to go manky. Looks like he slept in his car all night when he comes in the morning.
Owen Binks.
Kirk Bevins with his Slazenger and Puma fleeces.
Best mate would have to be Paul Hinks, basically because he's like a second granddad to me.
Henry, Hugh, Kirk, Taylor.
Everybody's a mate. I love them all.
For me, it's either Chris Murphy or Chris Mason. I work a lot with them. And
it's going to have to be Owen.
Best mate. Won 3 Gold Cups back to back. Oh, we're not talking about the horses, are we?
Paul, we got a bit of a romance thing going on.
Best mate. Oh, I like Stefan.
He's my pal.
Also, Owen Binks. Mainly because he took me to watch Coldplay.
I'll pass.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr. The funniest man I've ever met.
Get out of my pub! Paul Starr.
Paul Starr, final answer.
It's got to be Paul Starr, Tungsten Time.
They're all clowns, really. I can just say me, really. Yeah, again, yeah, me, yeah.
Biggest joker, Paul Starr.
Paul Starr.
Comms turn him off all the time.
So it's the way you tell him.
Biggest moaner, it's got to be Owen Binks. It doesn't take much at all.
Owen Binks.
There's only one name comes to mind, George Noble.
It's definitely not George. It's definitely not George.
Biggest moaner is, it's going to have to be Kirk Bevins again.
4 bacon baps and 4 donuts for breakfast. It's Stefan Everard.
Stefan Everard.
There's only one man. His name is Stefan Everard, and no disrespect to the young man. I can remember when the studio was in Southampton, it was carbonara baguettes for breakfast, and I'm not talking about the mini baguettes, I'm talking proper inches. Stefan, the man is a machine.
Again, he's got to be Kirk. He listens to Venga Boys, Steps.
Owen Binks and Coldplay. I mean, why pick that when you just pick Scooter?
Yeah, Owen Binks, Coldplay.
Well, of course, that's Owen. I mean, the whole world agrees, apart from Chris Martin from Coldplay.
Have I got a catchphrase, did you say? Yes, and if you watch it. Did you say catchphrase? The Tungsten Time? Oh, worst taste in music.
The Everard brothers need to have a word with themselves. Scooter, really?
Well, we've got 2 sisters who work behind the scenes, Stefan and Billy, and to be honest, Scooter. I mean, what on earth is that all about?
Best singer, it's got to be me, hasn't it?
The only one I know who sings is Henry.
Henry Deacon can bail out some bangers.
Charlie Corstefin.
Charlie's quick step is a thing of beauty.
I didn't know Charlie could dance.
You can't.
Best singer, Henry Deacon. Best dancer would have to be me.
So I'll just answer it for you. It's Kirk.
No, it's not Kirk. Come on.
Definitely Henry Deacon.
After meeting everyone, handy in a fight, I've got to go for Corrine Hammond.
Oh, Mace. If I need someone to back me up in a corner, it's got to be Mace.
Owen would be dead handy in a fight because they can all pile on him while I run away.
Do you know, I'd probably back myself against most people on the Super Series.
Handy in the fight would have to be Mark Smith, our players marshal.
I'd want Mark Smith or Chris Mason on my side.
Chris Mason.
Chris Mason.
You done? Excellent.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for finals night here in week 3 of Series 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. We've had a scintillating group stage worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where only 4 players remain in the hunt to join John Worsley and Owen Bates in the race for the first prize and a spot at Champions Week. Well, we saw 6 brilliant games. Let's round it all off now with our highlights package.
45. Yellow requires 68.
Everything looking like it's going to go with throw. 16 for double, 8 for tops.
Game shot of the third leg.
The finishing
Jelle Klaasen
from both has been exemplary so far. We spoke about this at Christmas during the Worlds with regards to
39.
Dimitri, and I said it's just
40.
tiresome. It's just energy sapping. Play with more freedom. Express yourself.
Game shot of the sixth leg.
That is the best leg of the match, despite starting the leg with a 45.
High pressure, which
90.
he's done.
Well, he's left 77 after 12 against the throw. That is not the right way on 90.
50.
Yellow.
Don't like that
Jack
at all.
requires 77.
Just go 20s and give yourself at least one dart at the ball to win it. Well, he may get a dart at the ball here. He will.
Accident.
And he didn't even risk the treble.
Some way to win it. Wants the ball.
39.
And he knows what an opportunity
40.
that was.
And again, I just think he made a
Game
little
shot
bit too much of it. As Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen finds tops for a 16 dart hold.
No is the answer.
Ryan, you require
If
108.
this 108 goes, this will hurt. This is like a body blow.
Yeah, this was smart. 48 left. Tops.
68.
I'm not convinced that second
And
dart
you
was for an
require
8.
4.
Another safe one.
Just going to throw it in the general area.
On the third leg, Andy Jenkins.
Well, Jenks won't care how long the leg took. He would just care that it's that all-important breaker throw he needed.
60. Ryan, you require
60 from Andy.
Love that angle when we get to see the darts just going in over the top.
Furness.
Yet again, another 5-visit leg for Ryan Furness. This time a 15-dart hold to take us all the way. Beautiful first one. Oh, right next door, double 17.
79.
That is unlucky.
Ryan, you require
that dart double
68.
18, there is nothing wrong with that at all. It's right in the corner, but just the wrong side.
Just slightly over pitch, 13 ball. We've seen him hit the bullseye in the scoring phase.
26.
Couldn't hit it there for the match.
And you require 17.
To send us all away. 1 for double 8 for Rocky.
To stay on the hockey.
1.
No, sir.
Ryan, you require 42.
Going to be 2 darts at double 16 to win it.
Game, shot,
and win it.
and a match.
He does.
Ryan
Furness bags the points against the local hero. Andy Jenkins is now up against it, but Ryan Furness will be pleased with his opening game there, winning it 4-2, averaging 88.83. Oh, he almost didn't look. He knows he's almost made a huge mistake because the way they're sat, you back him to stick the other one alongside it.
Oh, he was a second away from... Oh, look out.
He knew as soon as he left his hand that he'd pulled it. We heard the get up.
Didn't get to the end of the throw, did he? Early release.
32. Game shot on the third leg.
Well, he's getting progressively better here, which is a big problem for Dom Taylor. 21, 17, 16, the darts used in the opening 3 legs.
Bit of pressure, probably not enough, but he's got one eye on the next leg where he has the darts.
When they met on Monday, Jack got the better of Dom. Full 3.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Dom Taylor.
Teens here. Oh, yeah.
He was going up at one point. His eyes definitely went up.
Yeah, he second guessed himself there.
59.
That's not enough.
Jack, you require
2 match starts
40.
have come and gone for Jack Main. Coming back. Tops. Across to 10s. Now he's chasing.
Game
but that is an absolute huge last start for Jack Main. And after defeat in his opening game, what a way to bounce back for Jack Main. 4-1 win over Dom Taylor. Comfortable in this opening leg.
24.
Despite the
and
max.
Require 32.
Despite the opportunities he's had tonight, the one thing that
was
key to his progression to finals night.
And we said it, even when he was bossing that first leg after the 180, he was stuttering, and normally he's very clear-minded in his process. I'm going for this way on this finish. And that 65 just looked a mess from start to finish.
Games on the third leg, Danny Lauby.
Friends come along to watch you play, and you know, in the early stages of your career, it's just huge pressure.
Nothing Andy Jenkins can do here.
60.
Danny Lauby, 60 to wrap it up.
And he's 50% on doubles. He's got 2 in hand, and I didn't expect him to miss. And he didn't miss. That was a super performance from Danny Lauby. What a way to start finals night. 4-0 with an 88.41 average.
You can see every emotion that's going through him.
It has to be said, throughout the entirety of the week, that's not been the case, but I just think the disappointment's huge for Dom. He hasn't
135.
Defeating MVG 6-4. Michael missing 12 darts at a double.
Wants the ball for a 135.
And
that's another one added to the highlights reel, Mace. And he may be out, but he's not going quietly, that is for sure. An absolute stunning 135 from Dom Taylor. Just to remind everyone, I can play this game, and like you said earlier, he's given us some moments, and that's one of them.
Yeah, that's why he's here.
Taylor trailed 3-1, Mace. 84 to win it.
To go out with a bit of a bang. And Dom Taylor wins it with a 14 dart hold.
He's up top, but may not be back.
Game shot of the third leg, Danny
Lauby pins the 45, and he's back within one.
Ryan, you require 54.
The Achilles heel in this match so far for Danny Lauby is the outer ring, 1 from 11.
Game shot of the fourth leg.
3 from 10 for Ryan Furness. A much more efficient return rate for him.
But he leaves tops after 12. Ryan Furness to seal 40. The win and top spot in Group 2.
Game shot.
And it goes in 1. Ryan Furness is the winner of the battle of Group number 2 here, and he takes top spot, beating Danny Lauby 4 legs to 2.
Well, a comprehensive highlights package of what we saw this evening. Chris Mason is here with me.
Didn't miss a dart, did we?
Chris Mason's here with me on the balcony. Let's have a look then at the results from the group stage action. And what would be your thoughts and reflections of what we've seen? We saw a little bit of everything from everyone.
Yeah, disappointing from Andy. I think the pressure of having a full house here took its toll on him, and we've seen that from him before. He takes a bit of time to get going, and just didn't have time to get going tonight. I was impressed the way Jack Main bounced back after narrowly being edged out by Jelle Klaasen. Got a great win to put him back in the mix, and ultimately ended up topping the table. I thought Ryan Furness was good when he needed to be, as was Danny Lauby.
Most certainly. Let's see then how that correlated in terms of the table. And as you can see, only one player went the night unbeaten in the group stages, and that was Ryan Furness.
Yeah, and will that be telling tonight, especially for the way you mentally approach the games, being unbeaten, always going to put you in a good spot. A little bit gutted for Dom Taylor down there. Again, just didn't get out of the traps quick enough in game 1. And how often do we see it when you lose game 1, especially heavily? It's a long way back.
Most certainly, and he just wasn't able to recover from that in the end. So let's see how these semi-finals are set fair then. Jack Main takes on Danny Lauby in our first semi for Ryan Furness, Jelle Klaasen in semi-final 2. I think it's the second one down there that jumps off the page.
Yeah, absolutely. Jelle Klaasen, unlike players we've seen before who've won Group A, he's actually gone away in practice, not taken a couple of days off. He's been hitting the board hard, and that's been evident tonight. Looking forward to the opening match. Possibly, it's hard to look past Danny at the moment. He looks like he's cruising.
And just quickly, the prospect of a Lauby Klaasen final, that would be good.
Yeah, absolutely, and a real international feel, which is what we're trying to do here at the Super Series, and we'll be doing going forward. And listen, either combination, either of or, it's going to be a great final.
Well, let's go into our first semi-final then. It sees Jack Main in action up against Danny Lauby. It's Main with the darts. Mace is down to the commentary box. Join Phil Bars. Hi, Phil.
Cheers, H. Thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone, and our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. It's semi-final time here of the Week 3 final, and we have got a couple of belters in store for you. First up, Danny Lauby against Jack Main. The players have had 15-20 minutes just to compose themselves and get themselves ready for this moment, and I'm sure they're not going to disappoint. Danny Lauby throwing a 22-gram target dart. And they travel through the air at some speed and velocity. But do you think that Danny's been the more consistent in the group stages? Although he lost last time out to
Jack
Furness.
to throw first.
Jack's been
game on,
up and down and riding the emotions, where Danny's quite calculated.
Well, he seems to play with just a bit more freedom.
180.
Jack piles in 180 in the opening visit.
80.
Yeah, you just feel though at some point that Danny will create a break opportunity on the main throw.
Yeah.
50.
Well, that ability to find the array of 140s and of course a big 180 hitter himself.
140.
Perfect example of his bounce back ability there.
Well, look, Danny's had a bounce out in this leg, and Jack's had a 180, yet there's only 10 points in the scores.
Well,
57.
If you back 180 up with 50, it becomes 115.
57.
Cuts it in half.
Yeah.
The final four, the way they are, who'd you fancy?
174.
Well, Danny Lauby was one of my very early
100.
picks, but at the moment,
Jack, you require
Jack
40.
Main has other ideas. I've liked the look of Brian Furness as well.
Game shot of the first leg, Jack Main.
We know what we're going to get pretty much from Jelle Klaasen.
Second leg, Danny to throw first.
Stunning opening
Game
leg
on.
from Jack Main, a 180 and a 174, a 13 darter. Danny knows he's
140.
in a game.
Yeah, it was interesting. Managed to get a couple of words with Jelle in between and asked him about that final game. It was like, did you know you only needed legs?
57.
And he was perfectly aware of the scenarios that it was just legs required.
Yeah.
98.
Well, these two have been here for the week, of course.
93.
On Monday, Jack Main edged it, full 3. Tuesday, he had 4 out of 4 on the doubles and one of his best performances, 142. And on Wednesday,
93. Danny require 126.
reversed the form with a 4-1 win, 4 out of 6 on the doubles and an average of 103.54.
Absolutely stunning from Danny Lauby. Replies with a 12-dart leg, checking out 1-2-6, treble 19, treble 19, double 6.
Third leg, Jack
and says to Jack Main,
first.
13-dart leg.
Game on.
Hold my coat.
They did
115.
They did, of course, then meet in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Wow. What a semi-final this is.
They are both absolutely motoring here.
Yeah, on fire.
99.
Yeah, on Thursday, Danny got the better of Jack 4-3, making it 2-2 in terms of head-to-head. Jack defeated Danny on Friday 4-1 with a 92.44.
134.
Well, they're smashing those numbers out of the park right now.
This is stunning. Absolutely
100.
stunning.
Jack, you require
Best numbers we've seen
153.
so far tonight by some distance.
Yeah, Jack Main's left 153 after 9 on his own throw, and it may not be enough.
May not get another go. 57-24
99.
for Danny
Danny
Lauby.
require 81.
2-1. Oh, wow. Double 6.
69.
I'm only surprised
Jack,
that he
you
missed.
require 54.
Yep. I'm absolutely convinced the 24 was going in.
Game
Well,
shot
I
of
think
the
the
third
way he
leg,
stopped,
Jack
I think
Main.
he thought it was in when it left his fingers.
Well, we've used just
Fourth leg, Danny's
39
Rufus.
darts to complete
Game on.
the opening 3 legs. More of the same, chaps, please.
100.
Yeah, these numbers are silly. As well,
60.
During the break, we released the groups on social media for next week. A couple of debutants in Group A, Mason,
60.
Andy Bolton and Harry Ward.
$57.
Yeah, looking forward to next week. Great little lineup, as it was this week.
$137.
Danny Lauby's average
60.
still north of 110 midway through leg 4.
He's 2-1 down.
140.
I don't think it's going to be 2-1 down for much longer.
Nope.
2-2 incoming.
140. Danny requires 64. Game shot on the fourth leg, Danny Lauby.
Worst leg of the match, mate. It's only 15.
That's a long one for this one.
Fifth leg, Jack to throw first. Game on.
Fabulous from both right now. Who will wilt first?
96.
It might not be a question of wilting. It might be a case of someone delivers an absolute knockout blow.
57.
Wow. I can't recall too many visits without at least one treble in them in the opening 4 legs.
No, agreed.
99.
And we said that Jack was an overthinker, but right now he's actually doing a very good job of composing himself.
Yep.
Because
81.
he could have got wrapped up and carried away in the Danny storm that was...
Well, he's had everything but the kitchen sink thrown at him so far in this match.
I'm pretty sure that was close.
Yeah.
58.
He's sticking to his guns.
140.
Now the pressure is applied.
You just feel that Danny will get a chance. It's whether he can take it or not.
140.
Well, the scoring power always gives himself opportunities.
91. Jack, you require 108.
Old school or new? Gone old school.
Well, the way he's been hitting the treble 20, I don't mind
60. Then you require 132.
Oh my, that's saying hit me. Oh, how unlucky is that?
92. Jack, you require 48.
Seen one this week from Jared Cole, of course. The 132, ball, double 16.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Jack Mean.
Well, all credit to Jack. 17 dart hold puts him one away from the final.
Game on.
An interesting reaction there from Jack Main. It was a great big puff of the cheeks to say, surely he can't keep doing this.
140.
Oh, he can.
$96.
This one almost deserves a decider.
140.
Yeah, you feel for the loser, whoever it may be in this one, because on another day, another time, you probably walk away with a £5 winners check playing like this tonight.
Absolutely.
84. $140.
That's stunning.
140, 140, 140. When he has to.
You'll be thinking, please just give me this on his throw as well.
180. Then you require 81.
Resilience from Jack Main has to be admired.
56. Jack, you require 141.
What a way to win it this would be. Not going to happen, so Danny Lauby will be back for the 25.
57.
I wonder which
Then he
route
requires
he will
25.
choose. Yeah, the same one he's been using all week.
Game
This
shot of
time
six legs,
doesn't miss
zero.
the double 12. And yet another 5-visit leg.
Seventh
Carry on,
and
gents.
final leg, Jack to throw first.
Can we have a word with the
Game on.
powers that be? Can we just let them carry on?
Best of 19, I do.
Outstanding.
190.
Absolutely outstanding from Jack Main.
We're now beginning to see why
140.
he had a tour card and why he hit those 2 9-darters on the same weekend at the Pro Tour. Didn't Madars Razma do something similar?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
85.
Mistake.
Yeah, it's all about Jack now, just Staying straight, 1 treble. Oh.
140.
This is proper from Jack Main. 84 after 9 in a decider.
100.
Danny will be devastated.
84.
Averaging 105.17, and he's about to go out.
60.
And I'll take you back, Mace. This shows you the importance of winning your group and having the darts.
Yep, absolutely.
58. Jack, you require
Jack earned
24.
the right to throw first by topping his group. And in tight contests, it proves the difference. As he blinked.
Danny, you require 118.
Well, he certainly didn't in that visit. Oh, Danny.
Oh, dear.
That is a disaster.
We had an unbelievable battle and then some
78.
drama at the end.
Always going to be there, wasn't it?
12. Game, shot, and the match, Jack Main.
Jack Main is over the line in an absolute thunder game here at the Live Lounge. 4-3 to Jack Main, and they served up a treat. The averages dipped a little towards the end. They were north of 110 for large parts of it. Lauby finishes 102.84. Jack Main 95.14, but it is Jack Main who takes his place in the final, and there are the stats on screen there. Super stuff, 140s, 4 of them, 3 maximums from Jack Main when it really, really mattered. Coming up after this short break, it will be our second semi-final as Ryan Furness takes on Jelle Klaasen.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
The MODUS Super Series, a competition that just keeps delivering the drama and keeps delivering the brilliance. And what a magnificent first semi-final we saw between Jack Main and Danny Lauby. Main winning 4-3 in a deciding leg. The averages were stratospheric. Danny Lauby losing with an average of over a ton in that particular encounter. But it is Jack Main who moves fourth into the final, and the opportunity to win £5,000 and a place at Champions Week on his debut in this competition. One debutant actually went on to win the competition came last week, and that was Owen Bates. He got the better in the final against Leonard Gates, and it really was a superb affair. Let's show you what happened then in the final throws of this one. Commentary from Scott Mitchell and Cohen Hammond.
This has been of a great standard so far. First, we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were three very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get 1 dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
That's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
A dramatic final won by Owen Bates this time last week, getting the better of Leonard Gates, and is not going to be an American winner this time either, following that first semi-final between Main and Lauby. Really was a superb match. Well, we'll move on to our second semi-final very shortly, but before we do that, let's have a look at the checkout of the week. from against Jack Main. This was to save the match earlier on this week. As for Dom Taylor, this was the final checkout of Group A. It was the highest checkout of Group A. He saved the best till last. An exhibitionist 155 on the ball. Mark Dubridge in a flash got this 164 also against Jack Main. This was on Thursday, and it at the time felt like a pivotal moment for Dubridge. As for Carl Wilkinson, this was his highlight of Thursday, a 140 finish, tops up against Danny Lauby. And Lauby himself had his own big finish, this 161 done in the blink of an eye to get the better of Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 1. There it is, your checkout of the week, A, B, C, D or E. Take your pick now by voting on Twitter. The handle you need is @MSS Darts. So then that is the checkout of the week. We'll announce the winner of that before the final. But we've got a fantastic second semi-final about to ensue here on the live lounge stage behind us here in Portsmouth. It sees Ryan Furness in action. He takes on Jelle Klaasen. For Furness, he's the only player to win every single game this season. Klaasen got his campaign off to a winning start against Jack Main in the first game of the evening, for then proceeding to be defeated by Dom Taylor. But what's going to happen then in our second semi-final for the right to face Jack Main in the Week 3 final here in Series 3? We're about to find out in the company of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you, Henry. What was your favourite finish of the week so far, mate?
I like Flash's 164.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was my fave.
Something about the 164.
Although I'm surprised the Jared Cole 132's not up there, ball double 16, because that was stunning.
If that was in there, that wins 132 over anything else on the board.
Especially when it's the ball.
The champagne shot is just something else.
It is just something special.
Yeah, and also, as we were listening to
First
H talk there,
Ryan to
it
throw
was interesting to see, obviously, we can see the players practicing in the background, how far Ryan stands over, and he's almost throwing across.
Yeah. Not quite as extreme as Bunty.
55.
He did Southampton. Remember, get your votes in for checkout of the week
100.
at MSS Darts on Twitter.
Yeah, that's the same on all the social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. All one word, at MSS.
137.
This is a fascinating tie.
93.
Yeah, it's a really intriguing one for me. I think that Klaasen's the more consistent, but
40.
Furness has shown the classier moments, but it's whether he has enough classier moments to get the job done.
138.
Yeah, it's almost reliability against flair, isn't it?
Give me a Maverick all day long.
Oh, yeah.
81. Jelle require
These two have
170.
Never met away from the Super Series.
48.
Jared Cole also had a 170 as well. I can't believe that. That's not in there.
The big fish. If you're sat at
I
home,
suppose it was in leg one. And
if you're sat at home watching
45.
Jared, I'll say sorry on
Jelle
behalf
require
of us all for not including
122.
at least one of them.
well, ooh, horrible deflection. Always looked awkward, that.
44.
Should
Ryan
be
require
back.
143.
Unless Ryan can find 60, 51 and 32, and he can. Oh, chalk and cheese by comparison to our first semi-final. That was
81.
seriously
Jelle require
explosive.
78.
Danny now he's got to be thinking to himself, what have I done this week? Losing with the highest average of the night so far, 102.84.
Shot of the first leg, Jelle Klaasen.
Klaasen gets the opener against the darts.
Second leg, Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Ryan's got some work to do here.
59.
Not started at all well, and you can't give Jelle a lead because he's a great front runner.
Yeah, great leader.
134.
Plays seriously well from the front when he can just get a bit of breathing space.
92.
We spoke about his shirt earlier. Before he retired, we see Gary Anderson have another cheeky little number like that.
Little foul fashion number.
I was chatting to him a couple of weeks ago.
100.
He still has 2 original foul fashion shirts at home.
Wow. That's got to be going back a few years.
140.
Last ever game, just rock one out.
He'll be still playing when he's 70. Don't worry about that.
98. Ryan, you require
134, followed by 140 and 140. Just having a look. I wouldn't risk it. I'd be going 20 ball.
62.
You
Yellow
say
require
that,
152.
we've seen MVG, even at the Worlds, do it a lot, where he's playing the percentages now. He's like, go on then, take it out if you can.
Well, I remember the interview you did with him, and you asked him the question, would you do it again? He said,
25.
I will do it again.
Playing the percentages. He did it at the
Premier League, yeah.
On Thursday.
Game shot of the second leg, Ryan Furness.
Break straight back in 14 for Ryan Furness.
Got a game on our hands.
Yeah, so it's an interesting mindset. That he's like,
I think it's
game on.
I think it's a bit of both, the percentages and a bit of mind games. Maybe 50-50.
So just says subconsciously, I don't think
60.
you can do this.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. No, Eric did that, and we've never lived it down.
Did Keith take out 138?
Apparently.
Hope you're well, Keith.
Yeah.
140.
Now he watches along.
He's off on a cruise sometime soon.
140.
Does love a cruise, does our Keith? Loves a holiday, full stop, doesn't he?
That's certainly something I'm having this summer.
He's off to Vegas as well this year.
81.
Fancy a little cheeky Vegas trip this year, maybe. The powers that be give me
100.
some time off.
I'm going the other way. I'm just going for a villa with no Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
$60. Yellow require 161.
3 legs in, and they've both looked immaculate on the other person's darts.
65.
Yep.
Ryan, you require 160.
I'm surprised that was saying hit me.
140. Yellow require 96.
Big moments, even at this early stage. Tops.
Game
wow,
shot
what a
the
recovery
leg,
dart that
Jelle
was
Klaasen.
from Jelle Klaasen. Yet to miss a double in this semi-final.
Some recovery that from a
Fourth
poor
leg,
first dart.
through first. Game
Finds treble 17 on the recovery and bangs tops. Klaasen leads 2-1.
That's experience.
134.
Didn't panic.
That's something you can't buy.
No, can't learn. You have to be.
60.
You have to go through it. You have to do your apprenticeship.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that. That's something that I think isn't done enough now, where you see young players coming through and they think they're Michael van Gogh and Gary Anderson, Peter Wright, Going Price before they've done that apprenticeship and they've learnt the lessons that they've learnt.
Yeah, well, I think that's just the power
59.
of the modern world and the fact that they can do things that get recorded and they think they're there before they're anywhere near it.
125.
When we talk about Jelle, that he's had the highest highs and the lowest lows in his career.
Absolutely, went through, well,
95.
what could have been a career-threatening injury, and listen, he's still relatively young for a player, and he's got plenty of ambition.
Yeah, not just the injury as well. You look at the highs of winning the Lakeside the way he did.
Yellow require
and
115.
His first time in the Premier League almost ruined him, like it's ruined a few where they've not been ready.
75.
Look what happened to Michael Smith.
Ryan,
he talks about it. That
40.
first year, it took him 2 years to recover from that battering.
It did. Just relentless.
Game shot the fourth leg.
14 darter. 4th consecutive break of
Fifth
throw.
leg, Ryan to throw first.
Ryan Furness back to back 14 darters on the Jelle Klaasen throw.
The averages are not quite where our first semi-final were, but still very tidy.
Yeah.
41. $140.
Yeah, again, against the throw. Players are looking good.
60.
Strange, isn't it, how you can't settle on your own throw at times.
93.
How it feels quite recently.
121.
You can hear the flight on flight skewing the dart into the small one. Oh, yeah, 25 leaves 167. One thing we can never question about Jelle Klaasen, and that's the counting.
Jelle require 167.
That's in. Ooh.
97.
He is all business.
$42. Jelle requires 70. Evening shot of the fifth leg, Jelle Klaasen.
And yeah, another sub 15 dart leg in the match. We've had 118, 115 and 3. 14 darters and a 5th consecutive break of throw.
95.
Yeah.
58.
And Jelle will be thinking here, please, just one hold and it's now.
And that is what you say. Just
100.
Hold, hold, hold. And he's gone about it the right way so far.
$122. $139.
Super stuff from Jelle and great use of the board and counting at the same time.
Yeah, as always.
57. Jelle
Like
require
in the previous leg,
167.
doesn't need to go for the 167, so all about the layup.
97.
Layup was nearly perfect.
$57. Jelle requires 70. $54.
A long way off. Try to work around the blocker. He's going to pressure.
108.
That's his last throw of the contest. It's a beauty.
Game, shot.
Last dart in hand. Jelle Klaasen does it, and they share a smile. Ryan thought he'd just done enough there to apply the pressure after the first 2 darts missed. However, a brilliant last dart from Jelle Klaasen booked his place in the final. 92.91 average for the Cobra in that 4-2 victory. Right, ladies and gentlemen, go grab yourselves a cup of tea, get yourself ready for the final as Jack Main takes on Jelle Klaasen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is now set. It is going to be Jelle Klaasen up against Jack Main for the £5,000 first prize, and the third spot at Championship. Chris Mason is with me up here on the balcony to assess our two semi-finals. We can only really start in one place, and that was that first semi-final. Danny Lauby must be thinking, how do I average in excess of a ton and not get through?
Yeah, over 102, and it wasn't enough, and that basically sums up his week. It's been a really tough week for him. He's had to battle and battle and battle, and it was almost written in the stars for him not to make the final, unfortunately. But we've still got a great final on our hands. Both players have shown some great battling qualities throughout the week, some great darts, and it's a bit of a coin flip for me. Before the start tonight, Jack Main was the 5-1 shot.
Have we seen a different side of Jack Main in that semi-final?
Yeah, I think so. There's been days this week where he's looked really good, and there's been other days where he looks like he's just overcomplicated things. But tonight, can't fault him. And remember, he lost his opening game. He was in a spot of bother, and he found a way to get through. Played a rock-solid semi-final, and he's got his just rewards.
Meanwhile, talking about rock, so that was exactly what Jelle Klaasen was in his success against Ryan Furness. Yeah,
absolutely, and Ryan gave it everything. Incredibly, that was the first hole to throw in the entire match. Was the last leg, and even then Ryan at a 180 to try and pressure the double 8, and Jelle just squeezed it in with the final dart in hand.
A little bit of experience, a little bit of class coming to the fore there.
Yeah, I think so. Me and Barzy picked up that on commentary. You know, experience, you can't beat experience, and Jelle's been there and done it, where Ryan is still very much in the infancy of his career. He came to the sport quite late, but he'll take a lot from this, and he'll be back for another tilt at the title.
Well, Jelle has been here before in the final. He got to the final of his week in the previous series. He was just knocked out in the end by, I think it was Colin Osborne, wasn't it, in the end or something like that. He got very deep in the process. So he's been here before, he's got deep before, and now he'll be hoping to step over the line. Yeah, and he's the one with experience of winning in finals. He's the current WDF world #1. Jack Main, who had to deal with the disappointment of losing a tour card, but that experience of playing on tour for 2 years at the highest level will stand him in good stead in the final. And like I say, I'd make him 5 to 6 each of 2. I think Jelle's the marginal favourite going in. He was the 11 to 4 favourite before the off tonight, so they weren't too far off on that one. I know Jack Main's had success. He's won his tour card in the past, but will this be his biggest singular achievement if he won here tonight? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no question at all. Winning this for him, getting a spot in Champions Week, an opportunity again to go into that Champions Week. But there's 20 grand on offer. That's a lot of money for these players, and that opens so many doors, and it takes so much pressure off. You know, with winning tonight, your appearance fee and everything else, it's in excess of £30,000. When he gets the opportunity to go back to Q School next January and throughout the entirety of this year, he's got that money sat in the bank. That's a nice little insurance policy. Well, just before the second semi-final, we gave you the checkout of the week breakdown, the 5 you had to vote for, and this is what you said on Twitter is your checkout of the week. I want to send you a Christmas card. Do we have a Christmas dinner? Oh, hello. This could be sumptuous. This could be delicious. Bon appetit!
And the 5th leg, Mark Dudbridge.
Mark Dudbridge is
it was nice of Dubby just to make sure he hit that left side of the ball so he kept it in shot. Classy Dudbridge. It was like he did some spotting in the past, isn't it? Yeah, it was a wonderful finish. A couple of notable finishes that weren't in that list was the 1-3-2, a real showbiz shot from Jared Cole, and of course the 170 in leg 1 of his match on Friday. Are we still convinced him and Danny Lauby were in that unlucky restaurant again? Yeah, absolutely. I think they were sat in a restaurant with umbrellas up underneath a ladder. With a magpie in the middle of it as well. Maybe they ate one. I don't know. Yeah, but then if they had one each, then yeah. Do you know what? I don't even know why we're going down this road, but we are. Let's have a look at next week's players then, because we begin week 4 of the process here at the Super Series. We'll do that in just a second, but what we can tell you about
next week's field is that we are going to have a legend in the house in Martin Adams.
Yeah, good. Always good to see Martin back, and I think he'll be disappointed with how things went in the Worlds, but this is the lineup for next week, starting 9:30 Monday morning. Great to see Andy Bolton in there. Another player who's just come off the tour, but still very much a live wire. Gary Stone, we've seen here before. Harry Ward, he's on debut, isn't he? Lee, we've seen a few times. Robert Wickwood, we've seen a few times. He was one of the original qualifiers via the ADC, and of course the legend that is Martin Adams. And then we got Kevin Dowling making an appearance. Somerset's Mike Norton, Scott Taylor, Alan Tabern, Ryan Palmer, so keeping quite a West Country feel to this. And a player we've seen many times in Scott Walters. Another great week.
Do you think they've travelled the other way to avoid the Minehead chaos?
yeah, probably, yeah. Anything but going to Southampton.
Well, as you say, there's a very Scottish theme to Group A, Andy Bolton and Gary Stone. I think Bolton, again, is another one of those players who we've seen recently come off the tour, and maybe we're wondering what we're going to see from him going into this particular competition.
Yeah, a seriously solid dart player. You know, with him, you're going to see averages. Even in losing his tour card the last 12 months, he was still playing some great stuff and having some good runs here and there. And when he was getting beaten, he was still averaging in the 90s. Anything in around that number will make him super competitive next week. I'd make him favourite to certainly win Group A, and possibly favourite to win the week.
Martin Adams is the biggest name that we're going to see in the field next week, but is Harry Ward the one that perhaps provides the most interest?
Yeah, it's a strange story with Harry, isn't it? Again, a young player, very talented, and I think he will. I think his gameplay will suit this environment. I think he'll relish the opportunity to play multiple games on one day, as will Andy Bolton.
Well, we are 3.5 minutes away from the final here at the Super Series. It's Jack Main up against Jelle Klaasen. So let's preview that match in a little bit more depth now, and let's talk about Jack Main first and foremost, because he's had quite a bit of a week to get here. He's had his trials and his tribulations at times, but does it say a lot about his character and his testament that following everything that's been thrown his way over the course of especially the first 4 days, Friday he had to make a run to qualify, and now tonight, despite losing his first game, he's managed to find a way to get over the line on different occasions?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he's an ex-footballer, and you picked up something brilliantly in the week, that everything you do as a footballer is under the microscope, and everything's got to be perfect. And in darts, you just have to accept the fact that sometimes it's not. I think he's learned more about himself as a dart player this week than in his entire 2 years on the tour. I think he's almost found some peace with himself because he has come through those trials and tribulations. And I hope he goes into the final with the shackles off, shoulders relaxed, and just gives it a really good go.
He's pretty much free-rolling in this one, isn't he?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, with what he's had to come through and the certain scenarios that maybe have gone his way. Yeah, and that's how he should feel, and that's something I've been trying to drum into him all week. Just play the board, just play the game. Don't worry about it. Don't get emotionally invested in it. It's just a game of darts. Yes, it's more than that, but you can't play it that way. You just have to treat it like it's a league game down the pub.
As for Jelle Klaasen, 2022 was a very successful year for him on the WDF circuit. He was the winner of the Dutch Open over in Assen. Now, that's a field of 5,000. £5,000 is actually the winning total for the winner here this evening. How much would he like to kick off 2023 with another big title, a televised title may we add as well, of course, under these lights?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something for him. I think that, again, he's looking to get his tour card back, and any victory gives you that genuine confidence. It's all right doing it in practice and do it against practice partners. Doing it under the lights on a stage in this environment just gives you that real feeling of confidence. And again, for Jelle, great opportunity to qualify for Champions Week, take away that first prize of £20,000 and just get a bit of insurance in the bank.
And just finally, a quick prediction.
Oh.
You know I had to.
I think it's Jack Main's week. I'm going to go Jack Main. I'm going to go for the outsider.
So Mace is tipping up Jack Main's chances.
Sorry, Jack.
But yeah, to be fair, your aces haven't done too bad this week.
Yeah, I've been all right. I've usually got 2 out of the 3 right. Just been let down by the odd one here or there.
As Meatloaf would say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, what we've seen on finals night hasn't been too bad, has it? Will the final be the best of the lot? It is Jack Main in action. He takes on Jelle Klaasen for the big prize of £5,000 and a place at Champions League. Let's get the boys on the stage with Danny McNamara.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the Week 3 final coming to you live on Sporty Stuff TV. It's now time to meet our players. Please welcome the main man, Jack Main, and the Cobra, Jelle Klaasen.
Here we go, everyone. It is final time of week 3. Jack Main taking on Jelle Klaasen. And this is going to be good. It can't not be. Jack Main withstood an absolute barrage from Danny Lauby in his semi-final. And Jelle Klaasen showed a few moments of class when it really mattered in the second semi-final to set up this date with Jack Main. Mace, how much are you looking forward to this?
Yeah, it could be absolutely outstanding, this one. I think it's going to be a little bit edgy, possibly early doors, before both of them really just sit down on their shots and really, really go for it. Well, these two have got a bit of history this week. We, of course, were both in Group A, got underway Monday morning. Jelle Klaasen winning their first meeting 4-2. Tuesday, 4-1 to Jelle Klaasen. And then on Wednesday, 4-1 again to Jelle Klaasen, despite Jack Main averaging 99.83. So
first leg,
well,
Jelle to
I know records
first.
are for DJs,
Game
Barnsley, but that can't be ignored.
No, it can't.
They're comprehensive.
And the thing is,
12-4 in terms of
43.
And Jack will remember those
aggregate.
as well.
Yeah. Well, you do.
This is the only game that is balled up,
80.
and Jelle won the ball in our practice room.
60.
Of course, as well, big stage experience that Jelle has over Jack as well in these situations.
For sure.
134.
But even in these early stages, Jack Main has the Jelle
96.
Klaasen darts under a bit of bother here in leg 1. Jelle not firing as of yet.
59.
People say head-to-heads don't really matter. Well, Dom Taylor will disagree.
56.
With his 5 wins this week over Klaasen.
Well, you look even at the top of the sport. Early on, I think Gerwyn Price went 19 games without beating Michael van Gerwen. And that played on his mind until he got the first.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
58.
And it does, because
if
it's 1 or 2, you don't remember them. But when there's multiples, then it certainly sits in your mind.
That's it, Jack. That's what the referee's there for. Don't try and do it all on your own.
Yep.
We've seen mistakes happen that way.
Absolutely.
93.
Well, within the rules. Check, and then check. Checks for the score. Check, check.
140.
Is for what's left. And that's how it used to be back in the day.
40.
Tops for an early break.
Game's on the first leg, Jack Main.
16 dart. Break a throw for Jack Main, and he's got Jelle under pressure.
Second leg, Jack to throw first.
Last time out, of course, Jelle was never behind in that semi-final against Ryan Furness.
58.
Yeah, with asking the ref, Mace, it's you can ask him what I've scored and
140.
And what's left.
Yes. Yeah, well, back in the day, you'd say check, and he'd tell you what's scored. Check, check, tell you what's left.
41.
That's what it was like when I was growing up, anyway.
139.
The real Jelle Klaasen has woken up in leg 2.
Yep, starting to find the big numbers.
134.
Great cover shooting though from Jack Main. Will not want to surrender throw after
52.
grafting out a break of throw.
That's a very happy accident there.
Yeah.
From Jelle Klaasen. He's gone for the ball, missed.
58.
However, leaves
Jelle
the big
require
fish.
170. 90.
Doesn't go, but tees it up.
Yeah, may only get one dot at a double, so Jack's got to attack this 210.
$60. Jelle require 80.
Going to get 2 at 10s for an immediate break back.
Game shot of the second leg.
We are
Jelle
level
Klaasen.
again. Little nod of appreciation there from Jack Main. He knew that was half decent.
Yeah.
Third leg Jelle to throw first. Game
15
on.
dart break back for Jelle. And this is the way to start.
190.
Fires in. Our first maximum of the final.
What a time to do it. After just breaking
42.
back to ram home and emphasise I'm in control here.
190.
I've won in a final before, have we?
Oh. Can you imagine? 180.
60. Jelle require
Followed by a
141.
180. Leaves 141.
83.
Very nearly left himself the opportunity of a 10-darter. Seen one this week.
100. Jelle
Danny
require
Lauby.
58.
This is emphatic.
Game shot of the third leg. Jelle Klaasen.
15 dart break followed up with a 12 dart hold and our first hold of the final.
Fourth leg Jack to
Right
throw
now, there's an
first.
absolute
Game on.
chasm in the averages, and that can't be ignored either.
No.
I know you don't write averages on trophies and they're a
93.
guide. However, when the gap's that big,
60.
Right, you know, if they stay at that gap, ultimately, there's only going to be one winner.
59. 85.
Jack Main just needs to try and stem this.
Yeah.
And just try and get something to build on, even if it's just a 140, just something
60
to gather some pace, get some momentum behind him.
Oh, it's just, like you say, it's just a, even if it's just a hold a throw, just to try
95.
and get Jelle at it a bit.
As well, we spoke about his pace earlier, Mace, how he quickened it up and he looked better. I just feel he slowed it back down again to the detriment of his game.
Yeah, he's just trying to be a little bit too deliberate.
Yeah, where he was instinctive
Flowing,
earlier,
yeah.
and it looks so much better.
97.
And look, we've got the benefit of watching it as a player. He may not even know he's doing it. It may be subconsciously.
Yeah. I know he's been
140.
going
Jelle
back
require
and
164.
having a look back at his matches, and he's been picking my brains.
84. Jack, you require 52.
For a hold and a level game. Cannot afford to miss.
42. Jelle
Oh, the tops was
require
unlucky.
80.
The one at 10s didn't threaten it. Jelle should get one at tops. Will get one at tops.
60.
That is a let-off.
Jack, you require 10.
Only if he hits it, of course. And he
Game shot
does.
of the fourth leg, Jack
Pins
Main.
it. And like you said, Phil, just stems the tide.
Yeah, and he can take encouragement from that.
Fifth
He's
leg
like,
Jelle to throw
I can
first.
build from this. I've
Game
got
on.
something to hang on to in this final.
139.
140.
This final's warming up nicely now, Mace.
Yep. Well, we're in the meat of the match.
Yeah, both players know the importance of this leg because it puts one of them on the hill.
125.
Well, for Jack, it would be the dream time to break throw, wouldn't it? Got to go 18s or ball.
65.
Goes ball.
Down to a finish, but 2 trebles here puts Jack Main in a fabulous position. About what we said earlier, playing percentages.
Well,
Yellow
that
require
was
1.
a little unfortunate, has to be said, but it's given Klaasen 6 starts for 3-2.
Yeah, 3 well thrown darts. He's not done a lot wrong there. It's a cruel sport sometimes.
Very, very unforgiving.
60. Yellow requires 60.
Tops to go within 1.
Game
Gets
shot of the 5th leg, Jelle Klaasen.
Well, it's very, very solid this from Jelle. That's another 15. His winning legs in this final, 15, 12,
6 leg Jack 2 throw first. Game on.
Been too strong on throw for Jack Main.
Yeah, and this is where the pressure intensifies on Jack Main.
54.
Because he knows he has to hold throw or it's done.
131.
And after a troubleless first visit, the Cobra applies the pressure.
Again,
96.
something we've touched on all night, experience.
95.
That's unlucky.
Been there and done it and won the toughest open of them all, the Dutch Open.
97.
That's a serious test of stamina.
Absolutely.
45.
But Jelle carved out an opportunity, but he's just handed it back right now.
100.
And again, he can't believe that's just a ton. Huge difference finding a 2 treble visit.
60.
Well,
Check
Jelle's
your
left
wire,
himself 170. That
154.
would be some way to win it.
Gonna get a go as well.
Yep. Treble 14. Just confirming.
122.
Class. Absolute class.
Yellow require 170.
Will it matter? Yes, he's not going to take out the big fish. So to send us
77.
all the way in the
Check your wire,
final,
32.
double 16 for Jack Main.
Game shot of the
Pins
6th leg, Jack Main.
And we do go to a 7th and deciding leg. How important will winning that
7th
ball
and
be?
final leg, Yellow to throw first.
For
Game
the
on.
Cobra. He's averaging 92.
135.
501 point shootout.
Yeah, the only numbers he'll be worried about is the numbers written on the check.
5 big ones.
125. 134.
Super from both. Oh, Jack's hit a few 180s this week. He may need one
140.
on his next visit.
The pressure is intense.
80.
First mistake
I was
from
gonna say,
Jelle.
after the first treble 20 was sat there like that, that is a mistake.
60.
Wow. How?
Yellow require 152.
I agree, mate. How is that only 60?
Jelle Klaasen has 6 darts for 152, but May only need 3.
128.
Well, like the setup from Jack in our previous leg. High quality approach play from Klaasen.
96.
And here we go, the moment of truth. Jelle Klaasen looking at double 12 to win week 3.
12.
And 3 match starts have gone begging.
Jack, you require
Jack Main
80.
has got a second chance to steal it at the death.
Still a chance. 15 ball.
Just checking.
Got to go 15 ball.
The pressure. Going to get a dart at the ball.
50.
And it's gone.
Jelle, you require 12.
Jelle comes back. Second chance.
Shots.
And second chance is
and the MODUS Super Series Week 3 champion, Jelle Klaasen.
4-3 victory. He walks away with a winner's check, £5,000, but more importantly, a place in Champions Week for the Cobra. Congratulations to him. Absolutely outstanding. And you can see the emotion in his eyes. It means a lot to these players. There are the stats on screen. 92.09 for Klaasen. Unlucky for Jack Main. Of course, he missed a match start. Super stuff from him as we hand you back over to Henry Deacon.
Phil, thank you very much indeed. Jelle Klaasen, many congratulations for winning week 3, and what a deciding leg that was in the end. Some tension out there.
Yeah, I think when I went for the double 12, I wanted it too much, and it wasn't close. So when he had the shot on 80, when he hit the treble 5, I thought maybe I got a shot, but yeah, luckily he missed the ball and I finished.
I suppose it's those nervy moments, one dart in hand at the ball, you're kind of wondering, are you coming back or not?
Yeah. I had a couple of bull finishes against him, so I thought this one would go in, but yeah, luckily he missed, and I finished double 6.
High quality night of action. You played very well as well in that semi-final against Ryan. You played the second semi-final. What was the kind of tick over time between that and the final, and that Jack had a little bit longer in the practice room?
I felt the first leg I didn't play well. He started really well, and I got going the second leg, and I played well after that. So it was tough to start right after the semi, but after the first leg was over, I settled down a little bit and played better.
We've seen you win some big titles in 2022, the Dutch Open, of course, among them. How big is this for you to kickstart 2023?
It's a brilliant start. These tournaments, if you don't play the Pro Tour, these are the tournaments you want to play. And yeah, I'm just lucky that they invite me and I can play here and yeah, get more confidence and hopefully do some more good things in this year.
And we're going to see more good things from you because we're going to now see you at Championship. It's just a big carrot dangle for semi-professional players and players outside that PDC Tour system. Yeah,
it's a nice bonus for us. Even though we don't play the Pro Tour, tournaments like these are high in the rankings for us. If you look at what tournaments we want to play. And yeah, we can play some Euro Tours and UK Open, but these are the fun tournaments.
And we're going to see you next week at Minehead, and this is not a bad way to prepare for it.
No, it's a good preparation. So I'm happy with how I played. Doubles weren't great, but yeah, good when I needed them.
Well, just one final job for you, Jelle. We're going to present you with a cheque for £5,000, and to do that, can we bring onto the stage the former back-to-back World Championship semi-finalist, Macy Ace himself, Chris Mason.
Thank you. Thanks.
Nice work.
Thank you.
I got one of these.
So there we go. Chris Mason, former Super Series champion, with this week's Super Series champion in Jelle Klaasen. We're going to be back on Monday morning from 9:30 for the beginning of week 4, where Martin Wolfie Adams will headline a blockbuster field, all looking to do what Jelle's just done here and become £5,000 better off. And here in week 3 at the Super Series, Jelle, well, it was a class above. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.